The information shared during this live stream is for educational and informational purposes only and should not be considered financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. All trades, ideas, and strategies discussed are my personal opinions and are not recommendations to buy or sell any securities. Trading involves risk, and you should always do your own research and consult with a licensed financial professional before making any investment decisions. You are solely responsible for your own trading results.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, April 22nd, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Going into today, it looks like the indexes are set to gap up. No major catalyst on the economic calendar. We do have crude oil inventories, yellow folder event at 10:30 a.m., so keep a close eye at that time. But the big news is, the big catalyst is the ceasefire deadline is here. We do have Tesla reporting earnings, IBM reporting earnings, Lam Research reporting earnings after the close. So a lot of things to take into consideration today. But again, if you're looking to join us in the Discord for the delay-free, ad-free stream along with the pre-market prep stream, make sure to click the link in the description to do so. We're going to gap up here to open things up. What happened yesterday stays yesterday, guys. What happens today stays in today. Stay as present as possible. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure you're subscribed. Long-time viewers, make sure to hit the like button. Everyone hit the like button. 100 likes, 150 likes, we will do the giveaway. All right, so let's see what today has to offer. I am currently in a position 7-10 calls. All right, 7-10 calls. If we do gap up, it looks like we're going to gap up. These look like they're going to be in profit, so I'm looking to scale out first and see if I can get rewarded for clicking two buttons. Okay, one late afternoon yesterday, and one this morning. All right, so we'll see how that opens up. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. May God bless you and your family and health and economy. In the name of Jesus, amen. Fishman, you too. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Let us know you're joining from me if you're a first-time viewer. It looks like Theta ate some of those contracts. So my line in the sand for those contracts is going to be that 50% retrace. All right, right here. Okay. So if it closes below there, then I'll look to close out. See if I can get a nice little pop. So you can see in real time the Theta coming in. So first things first, that daily open 709.19. What's been really carrying us here is the Qs. So see if the Qs can continue to carry us. Ideally, VIX continue to go south. That 90 level on crude is going to be critical. Okay, right at that weekly open. A positive interaction with weekly open can be favorable. Positive interaction with weekly open can be favorable. We do have PMH at 709.74. The Qs are right at that daily upside breaker. So the Qs did get into that previous day high. We're seeing the Dow sell off slightly here. IW showing some signs of strength. BOG, TOG. Let's mark that out and make sure this is on the hourly. That's that TOG, jaws of the gap. Daily open, 709.19. 709.19. $709.19. So even though it did gap up, Theta, okay, took a good chunk of that. 709.11 will be critical as well. That PMH is at 709.74. Qs get above 650.20, that would be good to go. So the first ones on the clock are, of course, the Orb Army. First things first, where's crude? Okay, crude is starting to push the upside. So ideally, see if crude can stay contained within that level. Okay, crude is showing some strength here. I give it about a 20%, 20% stop. Okay, 20% stop. And I'll take it from there. On the individual name front, the Q's falling off a cliff here. So unless the Dow shows some strength, we can start to see pull back there. Buyers are trying to protect this key zone between that TOG, jaws that gap, and that weekly open. They're doing everything they can to prop it up. So unless we get a decisive flush here, right, they can do everything they can to prop it up. What's really holding us here is the fact that the Dow is starting to push higher. If the Dow starts to slide here back to the downside, okay, we can start to push lower. The Qs did sell off there. Down goes Microsoft. Down goes Amazon. Okay. I'm going to close it right there at 20%. All right. So the swings from yesterday closed at 20%. Minus 20%. Don't want to mess with it. Don't want to see a drop all the way down there. And I'll take that loss at 20%. Okay. Okay, so now we are seeing ExxonMobil continue to push. ExxonMobil is a candidate. ExxonMobil is a candidate here. Good morning, everyone on YouTube. Let us know where you're joining from if you're a first-time viewer. Let us know where you're joining from. Good morning, Brian. Good morning. Let's get the likes up. The goal is to get... no, it didn't gain anything. So, again, I closed it out at 20%. Minus 20. It was up like 6%. And then as soon as it opened up, couldn't get anything for it. And then closed out. ExxonMobil starting to go. Dell 214, 30, 31, 213.90. 213.90. The reason is because with those lottos, okay, with that idea, I wanted the Qs to get above that 650.20, continue to push. Those are the primary things that were leading. So if they start to push lower, more than likely, we start to push lower, unless the Dow makes a nice push. Okay, so I have no problem parting ways and being wrong very quickly. If the Qs were holding up, I don't mind holding. If the Qs were holding up, they're holding above VWAP, they're just flirting with that 650.20, just hanging out there, and the Dow is relatively stable, then I don't mind. But the fact that the Qs just completely collapsed, all right, right there, then more than likely, it's a matter of, okay, you're wrong. Now, where do you want to cut? Okay, that's what it's looking like. So we do have a 50-50 here, that G50 and that D50. 50% retrace of that gap up from today, along with that 50% retrace of the daily. All right, so now we are going to jaws that gap up. Palantir is showing a little bit of strength there. It did peak above that PMH, pushed all the way to 149.38, starting a nasty aggressive wick there. We're seeing some wicks on both ends. The names that did sell off, they're wicking off those lows. Names that did get bought up, got pumped, they're wicking off those highs. Okay, Crude is starting to push, guys. Not to be rude, but Crude is pushing. All right, ATR. Interestingly, our ATR, now the conditions have changed. We have a wider ATR, 133. Okay, Crude continues to push. All right, we do have a nice little key zone here. All right, do we want to recapture that? Keep in mind, Crude is at that resistance territory. Right, it's coming into this area. That is resistance until prove otherwise. So I'll put something above it that would suggest that we're above it. Okay. Do we get a dip? Do we get a dip into the gap and rip? Dip, rip. Palantir back above that 140.54. Gap update. Thank you, Elian. Good morning. 15% on the puts. Good. Beautiful job. Sold NVTS calls Monday, $13. Feels bad. Be aware you're sitting in a 4-hour fair value gap and supply. Yep. Lots of things telling us that we're just in the middle of just in the top half of that engulfing candle as well. We have not taken out PML or PMH yet. So we're double inside. We're inside that daily range, and we're inside PML and PMH. So nothing has, the IW push into PMH, rejection of PMH. So the IW did run to PMH. The Dow did push into PMH as well. Got rejected there. So it looks like the market is just waiting for something to hit the wire. Do we inverse out of here? Yeah, Palantir is pushing. Absolutely. Palantir is pushing. Palantir retest 140.54. That PMH and that weekly upside breaker. AMD below PML. Dell, nice bounce off 214.31. Microsoft approaching that 427.20. Okay, see if you can recapture that with aggression. View up is right there as well. AMD selling off aggressively. Nvidia selling off as well. Intel selling off, so semi's getting sold off. Broadcom did get sold off, but it bounced off that PML. Okay, so the name of the game is going to be patience. The name of the game is going to be patience. We're right at that weekly open. IW is above that weekly upside breaker. IW is above that PMH. IW might have to jump on the IW wagon today. You guys have been annihilating IW. So at least see what kind of what IWM feels about this territory up here. All right, does it feel bullish about it, or does it just want to treat it as resistance? I want to see how that interaction goes. Again, guys, folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Yesterday we fell just a few likes short of the giveaway. All right, so I'm looking forward to doing the giveaway today. Okay, but it's in your hands. The ball is in your court, guys. Okay, so let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway for the course bundle and the boot camp. Okay, so nothing going on here. Nothing much to see here. We did come into this key zone. We're starting to push. We're getting a little erratic here. Okay, here's shenanigans. PLTR continues to push. Dell starting to push here. All right, so this is the kind of candle. You can say, okay, you could have sat through that. Yeah, that's true, but this just completely falling off was too high of a risk. Okay. And it takes that mental space as well, right? Because subconsciously, when you're looking for your setup, you're still tied to that initial setup you took yesterday, and it might influence your next trade, right? That's the critical thing about being a day trader, guys. Just having that one trade at a time mentality, right? Separating yourself from the previous trade, right? Just focusing on this trade and then position yourself for the next trade. Tesla's starting to push, but Tesla, again, untouchable. Why? All-time, not all-time highs, earnings. Dell is about to make those all-time highs, above 217.17. So Dell, okay. Above that daily upside breaker. Comes into that daily upside breaker. Retest that daily upside breaker. Our prior day highs. Okay, nice bounce off of that for a nice scalp. SPY in the Q's indecisive. Oh yeah, Apple just woke up. Microsoft woke up as well. Shockwave hours coming, so those are some candidates for Shockwave, Palantir, Apple, Microsoft. Of course, SPY is always a candidate. So some candidates. I would say Tesla, but Tesla's IV is too high because of earnings. So Microsoft, Palantir, Apple are going to be the candidates. For the calls and for the puts, some candidates. We do have Amazon possibly if it can hold below that 250.60, and AMD if it can hold below that, if it can get below that 288.14 and continue to push lower. But preferably, the indexes need to do something. The reason why I'm more focused on Apple is because Apple can make a run without the indexes doing anything. Right? Apple has that unique ability. Shockwave is the system, is the indicator, right, for trading the opening range. Okay, I will be hosting a webinar this weekend, guys. For those of you who are interested, that webinar would be there's a link to it. I'll post a link if you're interested on YouTube, guys. All right, folks in the Discord, the webinar link has been posted. All right, make sure to sign up, and I will send the email out. If you sign up for the previous webinar, you'll get the email. If you want to attend once again, you can as well. But what we're going to go over is we're going to go over the past 2 weeks of action. It's going to be a webinar / back test to see how the indicator did right during these conditions. All right. IW just fell off there, starting to sell off. IW is a candidate as well. Nasty candle there on IW. See if IW can break those lows. Q and SPY just indecisive. Hugging this area here. You can see it just hugging. Good morning from San Antonio, Texas. Second time here. How's SPY doing? SPY is indecisive. SPY is moody and indecisive. Apple. I'm going to take a look at Apple here. Apple, we need that PMH hold. Okay, we're buying that momentum on Apple. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Palantir as well. Keep a close eye on Palantir. A Shockwave on Microsoft. Do your due diligence. Shockwave coming up on Palantir. I'm looking at Apple here. I'm looking at Apple. I'm looking at the 270s. Okay, looking at the 270s on Apple. Okay. If you did take Apple, manage accordingly. If you're waiting, continue to wait. SPY is starting to brew as well. See if Apple can come back for that retest, quick little retest. There hasn't been a lot of retest this week. There goes. They're just rewarding the people who take the ripple. Right? They're just rewarding people who take the break. Okay, if you took Apple, look to scale out there. SPY is setting up as well. Okay, see if SPY can hold there. See if SPY can hold. Retest on Apple right there. I'll be there for it. Retest on Apple. Okay, Apple continues to go. Microsoft continues to go. Palantir continues to go. Waiting for that retest on Apple. See if SPY can hold there. I want SPY to hold. Palantir is headed towards that daily upside breaker. So Palantir, Apple, and Microsoft all gone. There, those are all gone. Continue to push. Ideally, if we can continue to push lower, that'd be great. If now the Qs can join the party, that would be tremendous. Anyone take Apple there? If you did, make sure to TP. Take profits where you need to. Microsoft also went. All right, this week they've just been rewarding the breaks. Right, they reward different entry models at different times. Right, so I'm not gonna let that shake me out of the entries that I do like to take. I look for away from my retest. All right, away from my retest in this area. See if we can come back a little lower. No signal there. That's a good thing there. So at least you don't get trapped there. So the engine didn't say go long there, and that's the primary thing I was focused on with building this indicator. Right, making sure that it doesn't give you every break. Right, because every break doesn't work. Okay, so now SPY is back to where it started. We know the one name that can make a run without the index is Apple. So see if Apple can come back and test this 9 at least. If it can, I'll be there. A risk is going to be, of course, all the way back to this territory. Okay, now I want to see a nice push back up on Apple. Looking at the 270s. Look at this trap, guys. They trapped those highs, pushing to the downside. Wow. Wow. If Apple starts to bounce there, I'll take Apple. I want to see some wicks on Apple here. NVIDIA, a nice breakdown on NVIDIA to the downside. Okay, I'll take Apple there. I'm in the Apple calls. Okay, I'm in the Apple calls here. My risk is down here, so either head to scale out, stop me out, so head all the way here. First trade of the day is on Apple. Ideally, SPY can stay at that territory. Okay, stay in this area, that'd be great. Apple retest, see if that can hold. It goes positive. Okay, Apple's starting to push. Nice bounce on Apple. Okay, I want that to hold. I want that to hold. And I want that 15-minute candle. We have a new 15-minute candle coming in 9 minutes. NVIDIA falling off a cliff at that 199.94. Okay, Apple up about 6%. So Apple is the only one that can move on its own when the market is selling off. Okay, nice push on Apple. Scale out right there on Apple at 10. Okay, down to runners. So quick scalp on Apple for 10. And I'll let runners run. I did get to 12. Look at this volume imbalance on SPY. All right, so SPY is selling off aggressively, so I just want to take that profits quickly on Apple. Who took Apple? And I'll see where the runners want to go. If they can get back to get above that 269.12, we'll be good to go on Apple. And those runners can start to run. They can turn to marathon runners. Okay, let's see if they can go to marathon running. My risk on Apple is going to be team, that PMH. So very tight risk. Okay, very tight risk on Apple. Okay. I did see about 13. Okay, no close below that 268.47 at initial entry. And SPY is looking like it wants to break those lows, but I want to see clear signals. All right, here, the fake out, Shockwave said don't go long. All right, so be on the lookout for those fake outs. First trade of the day, Apple worked in our favor nicely. And those contracts are really small account friendly as well. So I give it about a 3 to 5% buffer on those runners. I want to give it a little bit of time to retest this. Okay, if buyers want to re-engage, but if it clearly closes below it, then I'll just get out of there. Okay, I'll get out of there on Apple. So stopped out on runners on Apple. Now SPY is starting to go the other way. So it looks like Apple and SPY going the opposite way. Apple 22%, beautiful job. Nvidia puts 30%, beautiful job. Nvidia was nice as well. Okay, Google is starting to brew here. Google is brewing AMD scale out, so semiconductors getting sold off. Index is not doing much. All right, so be very diligent in your profit taking, guys. Indexes are not directional. They're still within their opening range. Okay, so no sustained move. We're seeing this act as a magnet on SPY. We gravitate back toward this area. We can't create that sustained separation. We're unable to create that sustained separation. Apple might come back into play here. On the 5, that's what it looks like on the 5. Okay, so just quick. Okay, let's see. IW, still within that range. We're starting to see a lot of those names off those lows, starting to bounce. Okay, Google is looking like it wants to go. And Google looks like it wants to go. And Google is on that hourly 50 EMA as well. Okay, Apple is starting to course correct here. Oh, Google's starting to go here. And above that, view up as well. So there are some selective opportunities. Looks like Nvidia wants to go lower. Yeah, but Nvidia needs to at least get that close below that 99.94. All right, because those 200 dip buyers, 200 psychological level dip buyers want to pick this thing back up. Scale out on Google. And SPY is unable to do anything here. Intel falling off a cliff. Microsoft is back in play. Retest on Google can come into play. So those retests, you got to be really patient. They're rewarding the breaks, but they're also trapping the breaks as well. So it's something has to give. All right, so that's the approach. They're rewarding some breaks and trapping the other breaks brutally. All right, so that's been the theme of the week. All right, SPY is just hugging this key zone here. Right, this zone is like a magnet. This zone is a magnet. This has been first shift's magnet. We're unable, so we're waiting for some kind of headline. The market has nothing else to digest. Okay. With that being said, let me shift my focus to Apple because Apple is the one that can kind of do its own thing. Let me get back to Apple possibly. Okay. Beautiful job, guys. If you took Apple, dollar signs in the chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're just jumping in, folks on Discord, folks on YouTube. Folks on YouTube, let us know where you're joining from. Let us know, drop your state, your country. Don't drop your address. Okay, don't do that. All right, your state, your country. We have people who have a global audience. So I'm interested to see where everyone is joining us from on YouTube. And you'll be surprised. There's probably someone in the chat that lives within 30 miles of you. You'd be surprised. Trade wins for the win. So breaking news, guys. Ceasefire extended 3 to 5 days. So there's nothing for me to do here on SPY. I don't like SPY in these conditions. I want a decisive break. I can take these bounces and retrace rejects off this magnet. All right. Beautiful job, Neo-san. All right, just take your time, right? Take your time. We got Akron. We have Peru. Wow, we got someone from Peru. I think you're the first person joining us from South America. Akron, Ohio, the home of LeBron. So he put Akron on the map. Sydney, Australia. Illinois. Idaho. Colombia. So we have 2 people from South America. Wow, that's awesome. Streets of Woodfield is my jam. Patience is a cash position 100%, guys. So the swing that I took yesterday, stopped out 20%, trade for today. Apple, quick extraction. Runners couldn't really run, but was able to squeeze 10%. We did see upwards of 13. Really, it's coming down to the Qs. What do the Qs want to do? So the Qs got us to this place, right? So if the Qs are just now starting to fold and not do much, right, now the Dow has to carry us. We have to see that rotation to Dow. We're starting to see the Dow pick up some speed. But more than likely, for us to accelerate, we need the Dow to continue to do what it's doing, get above PM8, stay above PM8, stay above 495.41, and then now the Qs need to get lifted above 650.20 and get that hold above there. And that can be the catalyst to really lift SPY up sustainably. All right, outside of that, it might be very, very trappy. All right, so just use your due diligence, use your technical aptitude to avoid getting trapped. The nature is sometimes you just get trapped. If you do get trapped, okay, if it goes beyond your risk, you just get stopped out. Okay, let's see SPY give us that signal there. I like how the Qs are starting to work towards that level. I want that signal to stay. Okay. So full confirmation is when it gets above it and gives you that risk reward. Okay, SPY is starting to go. Q is starting to go, being led by the Dow. Okay, there goes SPY. Okay, scale out if you need to. Right there, scale a reminder. Since breaking 700, we haven't went back to retest it yet. Today is that day. Very possible. BC, Canada, St. Louis, we got Texas, we got Indiana. So this risk reward box comes last. So the first thing that comes is that signal tries to print. Once it prints, it starts to go. If you're looking for ultimate confirmation for that retest, then that's when the risk reward box comes in. So now in this case, I want that retest. Anyone take that there? If you did, congratulations. But it's very, the rhythm of price is very, very tricky to say the least. One of our captains did post the ceasefire extending 3 to 5 days. See if that came in the breaking news feed here as well. Yeah, right here, 3 to 5 days. All right, TP1 hit. And look at the Qs. Qs are at that level, like we just discussed. So that's what they were waiting for. The market was just waiting for the ceasefire declaration. What's Crude doing here? Okay, Crude is still contained. Okay, the one thing that is running up, guys, is Bitcoin. Bitcoin's on the verge of possibly getting into 90K. Okay, retest in that territory. I'll be there. I did hit TP already. If you did took that, congratulations. BC, Canada. I'm in Vancouver every summer. Yep, VC, BC. BC is very nice. Apple's starting to move. Apple, yep, Apple's is going. PLTR is also setting up. Keep a close eye on PLTR as that brews. PLTR IV is a little elevated. I'm gonna look at the 150s. See if PLTR can come just a little bit lower, a tad bit lower. I'll take out PLTR. SPY already hit that target, so it's hard for me to take SPY at that point unless I get a retest. Apple starting to push, Microsoft pushing. Semis continue to get sold off here. Semis continue to get sold off. Qs didn't break yet. IW did break that range low. So if you're trading PLTR, a good eye is the Dow. Okay, I'll take PLTR right there. My risk on PLTR is going to be right here. 149 exactly. So make or break. All right. Meaning hit target. Hit target or stop me out or hit scale out. So now I want SPY to come into this territory, have a positive reaction to that. IW starting to sell off here. So the PLTR is closely tied to the Dow. Dow. Can Apple hit 270? It can. If it can get above that 269.12, Apple has some room. But again, always good to lock in a little bit of profit, a little bit of a cushion. Okay, see if we can come a little bit deeper into that there. PLTR down about 4%. Small cap starting to sell off. For the sake of PLTR, I would like to see the Dow hold above that 495.41. Average fill on PLTR 265. And see if SPY can start to show some signs of life here. If you can do that, that would be great. If it just slices right through it, no signs of life, then I'll let it be. Because it did hit that target. I'm looking at the 710s on SPY. Okay, so no signs of life for the retest. Back that daily open. See if PLTR can push into that 149.89. I'm calling out so many numbers that I even sometimes stumble. And that 150 is right there. Before it gets below 149. Okay. If it closes below 149, then I get stopped out on PLTR. Probably about 12 to 15% stop. The fact that SPY is selling off, the Dow selling off does not help in this case. So see if SPY can find a landing spot right here. PLTR about to get stopped out there right at that level. If it doesn't wick off of that right away, then I'll get stopped out. I want that 5 minute to start to wick. If it gets a full close, then I'll stop out on PLTR. In the meantime, I would like SPY to find a home off of this territory. If we can get a nice little relief pop, that can maybe give PLTR the lift it needs. But again, SPY to give you that opportunity there very quick. And PLTR is testing that 9. So I want to see how that 9 test comes into play, right? I want to give it the chance to bounce off that 9, right? Because the last thing I want to do is I don't want my stop to be at that 9, because if it gets that bounce, then I get left behind. So now PLTR recapture 149.50. SPY starting to fuel back up to the upside. Just like that. Look at this, guys. Microsoft is out of here. Apple, beautiful job on Apple. Anyone still holding Apple? If you are, tremendous, tremendous, tremendous. Apple, okay, good, good, good. Okay, let's see PLTR. PLTR can start to wake up. SPY, nice bounce off that magnet there. Okay, nice bounce on SPY off that magnet. Now we need some follow-through behind it. I like how the Dow recovered there as well. For us to really start to go, guys, we need the Qs to now get above 650.20 and start to accelerate above that area, all right? PLTR is almost at break even here. There we go. There we go, SPY. Okay, PLTR starting to rock and roll. Let's see if PLTR can continue to push. SPY, the next danger, guys, of course, is double top there. Again, these candles are so wide, it's very hard to get that. Get that. If you take it on your own merit, then of course you're there. I don't want to see a double top off that level. Semis are getting sold off. Apple is out of here, guys. Apple is out of here. Who's still holding Apple? A lot of our traders are still holding Apple. Beautiful job, guys. Apple, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Good, good, good. PLTR 150. PLTR 150 will be critical. A lot of these psychological levels are going to start lining up. So you see Apple is headed towards that 270. SPY is looking to get to that 710. PLTR, that 150. So those psychological levels are going to start to line up. So those are going to be some hurdles we need to get above. NVIDIA, 200 reclaim. Okay. Microsoft, it's above that 430. See if we can come back into this territory for that bounce, but the action on SPY has been very tricky. The Qs might be a little cleaner as they're the laggard. See if we can go engulfing on that 5-minute candle on PLTR in the next 45 seconds. If we can take out that 149.89, we can get a 5-minute engulfing candle on PLTR. Go, 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 go. There we go, PLTR. Okay, 150. That's a huge hurdle for us on PLTR, okay? That's a huge hurdle, so we need to get above that hurdle. That can initially be resistance. All right, so I am going to see if I can get that nice little push above it, because that's going to be the threshold to get us into that double-digit territory. All right. So I like to stop where it is. See if we can get one more push. So we need everything to start push, especially the Dow. PLTR is an industrial name, all right? So we need the Dow to start to push here as well. Apple is at that 269.79, 269.80, close to there. Look at that 15-minute candle on Apple, as bullish as can be. Okay, let's see if the Qs can start to go here. I took the first shot on Apple. But what it really was doing was to give it a nice little flag and a break. So either way, shockwave will put you there. Either way, shockwave will put you there. Let's print, guys. Let's print. It's above that 270 on Apple. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, the ATM has been turned on. Apple, ATM has been turned on. Let's go, team. Okay, PLTR, let's go, let's go, let's go. I want PLTR to hold that 250. 150. SPY, 700 is a big number. 710 is a big number, I should say. All right, feel free to scale out on PLTR, guys. Again, feel free to TP. Semis are really weighing us down, guys. Semis are getting sold off. TP again. Apple is out of here. 20+%. Beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Apple is getting the job done. PLTR. I like that push on PLTR. Scale out on PLTR if you need to. Okay. Up 12. I'm going to do my first scale out right there on PLTR at 13. I'm going to use that 150 as my base. So I want us to stay above 150. PLTR up 16. Good, good, good. There we go. So PLTR, ATM is turned on PLTR. But Apple is the one that's really going. So PLTR, that scale out, guys. If that we get above that 700 on SPY, we can get that nice little push. I want us to stay above 150. I want buyers to protect 150. If they're really serious about 150, they'll protect it. All right, and they'll try to use it as a bounce area to get involved. Okay, so let's see if I can continue push on PLTR. PLTR about to hit that. Let me put on the big screen. You can see PLTR, guys. Okay, that's where we are on PLTR. So shockwave comes in. We take it. Hits TP, up 17. Okay, feel free to close out if you need to, guys. Do whatever you need to do. SPY's at that PMH, up 20. There goes PLTR. Look at that, everything getting lifted. 21. There we go, PLTR. I'll close PLTR there. Okay, at TP. So first scale out 13, close it there at 20, 18, 20 territory. Okay, thank you very much, PLTR. So no trades on SPY yet. All right. So PLTR for the win. Apple, the FOMO on Apple is real. But you know what reduces the FOMO is when our team is capitalizing. Okay, when our team is in it, that significantly reduces the FOMO for me, guys. Okay, so that's the trade of the day. Congratulations, who took Apple. 35% on Apple. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Start moving your NCs. St. Louis, let me get caught up on YouTube, guys. I have 3 chats going. How many stocks do you trade at one time? Maximum 2. But usually I'm in one position at a time. The reason is because SPY is not giving me the opportunity. My primary objective is SPY. But if SPY is a little tricky, right? We have a skill set we can utilize on other names as it pertains to the terrific 12. Okay, but we have to do it strategically, all right? Because the skill set is we're doing the same thing. I'm not doing something different with these other names. 20% PLTR, good, good, good. Let's print, guys. 99% on Apple. Beautiful job, Brenda. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We got the best team, guys. The best collection of traders. SPY's above that 700. Once we went double bottom there, continue to go. And today, today we are at a high ATR. So we haven't seen a dollar ATR in quite some time. Look at the Qs. Qs are gone. Let's go back to our game plan. Qs about to make all-time highs. SPY continues to pump. The Dow came right to that 494.37. Okay. Crude is still contained under this major resistance. Bitcoin is headed towards that 80K potential test. If you took a SPY in this area, tremendous job. All right, that was not easy to navigate. Everything in hindsight makes sense, of course, but it wasn't easy to navigate at all. Beautiful job, Carlos, 59%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So the 2 trades for today, guys, 2 ideas. PLTR. Apple. Apple's now at that 270. So, and those psychological levels came into alignment. Okay, so we know that SPY at a psychological level, and a lot of those names also had psychological levels that to address, and all of them addressed it one at a time. So it looks like the Qs want to push into that all-time high. If not, they did make an all-time high. So a new all-time high on the Qs, just like that. All right. So the biggest danger here, team, is chasing. PLTR continues to push. Right. For those who are getting those massive gains. All right, because they have the entry. That's why they're seeing those appreciations. If I just sat through again, if woulda, coulda, shoulda, I still had those. If I decide to sit through those swings and give it a little more time, possibly still be there. But again, once something is done, it's done. All right, there's no reason to revisit it multiple times. I did like the idea. 70%. SPY, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Even Apple continues to go. PLTR continues to go. Qs were the one. Qs led us. They paused for a little bit, and now they continue to go. So 2 trades during first shift. Both trades working in our favor. Apple, 130%. Beautiful job. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Apple, 68%. There we go. Good, good, good. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get to at least 100 likes before 10:30, guys. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to smash the like button. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So make sure to like the video. All things scalping, all things trading, market commentary, education, high impact catalyst is your go-to channel. $140% on Apple. Let's go 6-0. Qs are started. Qs hit TP. Apple continues to push, guys. So, Shockwave, this one push on Apple, provided by Shockwave, right? It pays for itself. It's the gift that keeps on giving. It's the golden goose, right? The number one thing is to have a golden goose and not kill the golden goose. And that's what Shockwave is. On top of that, it gave that nice of a push. It went TP1, TP2, TP3, and it got above that 270. That's at 271. So for you to catch a triple-digit winner, this is the kind of action you need to be involved in. Okay, beautiful job by our team members. All right. SPY, first shift in the books. We'll see what second shift has in store. Did we go mean reversion or continuation? Qs are at all-time highs. If we just continue to surpass all-time highs, then it's a matter of time before SPY starts to make that push into ATH. Now the question becomes, what are some entry points? All right, so those entry points will be provided. With Shockwave, you can have an essential account. I will be hosting a webinar this weekend. Okay, I do have a channel. I do have a video on my channel about Shockwave. All right, I put a video there on my channel, but I will be hosting a webinar this weekend, a live webinar. So if you have any questions about Shockwave, that's a great time to come in because the early bird special, guys, is going to be wrapping up. All right. So the early bird special is going to be wrapping up. So make sure to get it on early bird special. All right, the webinar is it's a private webinar. Put your name in the Google form. Sign the Google form if you want to attend. Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Okay. And we're also going to be doing some back testing on our Shockwave as well to see how well it performed. All right. Just to show you how you can do your back testing, your data collection as well. All right. I have a couple of slides to go over. That educational portion. If you did sign up for the webinar previously, you'll probably also get an email. If you want to attend, you can attend. If you don't want to attend, you don't have to. You can just ignore the email. But you will be getting that invitation, that courtesy invitation. Okay. This is where it is. All right. So sign up for that for this weekend. Okay. This is the date. Take a screenshot of this on YouTube. All right. Make sure to attend. The end of the month, it looks like SPY wants to go to ATH. Look at the Qs. ATH blast past that territory right off that 9. I could have done a better job. Hindsight, maybe giving my swings a little more room to breathe. All right, rather than just being urgent to see how it plays out because it's a longer idea. All right, so that is one adjustment that can be made. But the idea itself panned out. That 50 EMA, guys, panned out beautifully. Love to see that 91%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, look at this last stretch. If there's a move, guys, our team, all right, pack of wolves, they're going to jump all over that move. If there's a move, someone's going to be there. All right, 91% there, 35% there. That's between SPY and Apple, 70% there, 140% Apple, 130%. And I know who's saying you love to trade Apple, so tremendous job on catching that. You've been crushing Apple the past few weeks. 20% there, 35% there. Is that your first time in a long time trading something outside of SPY, Firefly? Tremendous job. The link to the webinar or the link to purchase Shockwave. All right. If you're looking to purchase Shockwave, I will drop the link in the YouTube chat. All right, that was a worthy one. That was a worthy one, Firefly. If you're managing those positions, okay, pro tip, right? If you already scaled out a majority, you want to just kind of sit back and see what it does. Jump over to the 15. Jump over to the 15 and just pay attention to what the 15 looks like and block out some of that noise and then start to have your NCs. Jump over to the 15 and the 5 and just start to map out, hey, you know what? If XYZ takes place, I'll look to close here, close there. I'll drop the link to Shockwave, guys. You can read more about it on the site. If you hang tight for another 45 minutes or so, we will go on our site and go over how to grab your purchase Shockwave, what it entails, what it features. All right, but if you want to make that purchase now, the link is in the chat. Okay, one-time payment, lifetime access. All right, you take it, you keep it, you apply it, you nurture it, you use it, you submit to the process, let it enhance the things you're doing already. And if there's going to be a big momentum move, it's going to bring it to your table. It's going to bring it to your attention. All right. So if you are interested, I would highly encourage you to join the webinar this Saturday. And the link is in the chat. I'll post the link to the webinar. Now from time to time, because we know the chat gets filled. Who's still holding, guys? Who still has who's diamond handing? Beautiful job, beautiful job. So Apple is a perfect example here. So what it's going to tell you is, of course, when to get the calls. Let's just do a quick replay. So I just use Shockwave to confirm what I'm seeing already. All right. So in this case, if you're 2-to-1, meaning you're risking 1 to make 2, right? It gave you a signal here. It gave you a signal here. So even though it gave you a scale out here, right, it still didn't get stopped out because the stop is here. So you have the option to scale out. That's when I scaled out. All right, and then that's when I got stopped out there. So I could have just done a better job maybe managing the position there, right, because my stop was there, right? And then now it fueled back up, gave you another signal. Another signal there, and then it started to go. So it still didn't get stopped out, and it started to go there. And you can reduce the amount of signals you want to get. You can filter it out by what kind of signals you want to generate, okay? Hold, retest, break, hold. And then also you can put different filters on. So many things you can do with it. All right, it's very, very customizable. It's not one size fits all. It's not one size fits all. It's one process, all right, but very customizable features for the process. Yeah, one-time payment. One-time payment, lifetime access. So we're officially, I'm going to wait until second shift to take any trades here. Is it me or is the chart frozen? Oh, we're on chart replay. Like why am I only seeing the 1022 candle? Okay, so now the question becomes the things that are pumping already. What is setting up back the upside for sweeping those lows? So we can see AMD starting to push. AMD took out both sides. AMD pushing here. Tesla, that's not touchable. Meta starting to brew. So things that have not woken up yet, that were once not available. We can see Broadcom went. So Meta's next. Even PLTR. If anyone's still holding PLTR, this thing is out of here. Different stratosphere. Different stratosphere. Okay. Different stratosphere. Okay, it's officially second shift. Let us know how you did in first shift, guys. How many trades you took, how you felt about the action. During first shift, we did gap up to open things up. We dipped into the jaws of the gap. I did have a swing from overnight that I had to manage. I got stopped out on that at about 20% to the calls when we dipped into that territory. And then for the day trades for today, took two of them. Took Apple for a scalp, and then took Palantir as well. No trades on SPY yet. We do have mean reversion. They're very aggressive. So some possible test areas, of course, as we're seeing some profit taking take place here, is the 9, that PMH, all those things lining up. So remember the setup we took yesterday, right? So yesterday, a little different than what we're seeing here as far as the characteristics of the move. Yesterday, we had that nice breakdown, okay? A ton of our team members caught that. A ton of the strikers caught that. So we were talking about, hey, if you didn't catch this, then you're going to have to be patient for a retrace reject. So we were able to get that nice little retrace reject for a nice move to the downside, nice double-digit opportunity. So same kind of thing in this kind of event. All right, we have a nice little run-up. The difference is, of course, the action is not as clean as what we saw yesterday. This was more of a forcible buy-up rather than a natural push. Okay, driven by a couple of news catalysts, but everything at this point is news catalyst driven. So now the question becomes, if these are the highs, where are we going to pull back into? We have that PMH here. If you're on something a little more earlier than that, if you want to use that 9 EMA, and the 710, okay, this would be the shallowest area to get involved. I would say this would be the shallowest area to get involved. All right. So strikers, that would be the area to watch for the very, very shallow pullback bounce. But when we do get in there, we want to see synchronized selling, okay, across the names. And then when they do get into their EMAs and those key levels, we want to see synchronized buying. Okay, here we go. Some kind of news catalyst or something here. Shenanigans candle is here. All right. So who's done for the day? If you're done for the day, look at that. Just like that, shenanigans. All right. We had one earlier. We have another one here. Okay. And I want you to note, Apple is not moving as significantly as these ones, because Apple tends to do its own thing. Okay. Apple is directional on the weekly, guys. Apple did get to 272.27 territory. It is now directional on the weekly. So SPY, even though this candle is a little aggressive, I want to see how it interacts with that 710 and that 90 MA and that PMH territory. All right, everything is selling off here. This might be a catalyst candle. All right, just taking profits is important. That's all we got to say at this point, guys. All right, at some point in time, we got to take profit. All right, let's see if this is pertaining to the Middle East. If it's Middle East related, more than likely, crude pops above that 92.06, continues to push. Everything is starting to sell off on the 15 here. Maybe some signs of profit taking. We're seeing the Qs make multiple all-time highs. SPY is about one level away. That's 711.27. And then we have that 712.39. All-time highs there. IW is the only one that's kind of doing its own thing. IW is selling off here nicely. Okay, I want to see how this interaction goes. Look at this. All right, okay, this is very aggressive. And look at this. I want you to pay attention to that. All right, so Apple continues to push forward, continues to march on like no one is looking. All right, despite what's going on there. Everything else that pushed higher probably pulling back slightly as the market pulls back. That's the one thing that's very interesting about Apple. All right, it's kind of its own thing. It does its own thing, even though it's a top five name in the SPY holdings. Again, guys, let's get the likes up. We only have 58 likes. We have over 180 people. All right, let's make the numbers make sense. Okay, so do me a favor. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up, guys. All right, so very erratic here. So I'll just stay on the sidelines. There's nothing for me to do. If you're green, stay clean, guys. $350% on Apple. That's how you milk the trade. Beautiful job, Hussein. IWM puts before the news. So IWM did have that weakness. IWM already hit TP. Staircase up, elevator down. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Let's short squeeze the like button. I like that one. All right, who's done for the day? And tomorrow's Thursday, guys, so you guys know the routine. So the only way for me to go long, I'm putting my desk sitting position, is if I get a hammer across all the indexes. Hammer across all the indexes, I'll hammer SPY, the 710 calls. Okay, because that is a key zone I want. I just want that selling to take place. I want it to get absorbed. If we can get that nice little push back above 710, hold above it, I'll take it back. The upside, risk being this candle's low. Okay, risk being that candle's low. That 5-minute candle still has a lot of time left. If you want to front run it, by all means, that 710 break, just know where your risk is. I'll wait a little bit for that 5-minute candle to at least get to half-life. All right, so I get a little more context. But what is encouraging is we're getting hammers across the board. All right. So we came with that trend line support. Violated just a little bit on the one, but on the higher time frame, there's a wick. So we're at that 710 and that 9. Okay, looks like it wants to go. Looks like it wants to go. Let me check on the chat. in Google Meets. Down lock into what? 127. Beautiful job, Rita. You said it's private, but it says public. Yeah, so public meaning it's private, meaning it's going to be in a private setting. Google Meets, but public from the standpoint of anyone can join. I was looking to do it on YouTube, live on YouTube. I'll just do it in the Google Meets. I won't do it on YouTube. That's a better, more intimate setting. So that's what I mean by that. And you don't take that nice little bounce there at 700. 710, I should say. 710 reclaim. At 5 minutes, still brewing. Hammers across the board. Okay, starting to go. So during that pullback, everything that was strong, you're going to look for pullbacks on those names. See that 5-minute candle can hold. Right now, that 5-minute candle has a massive, can possibly go engulfing here if it wants. If you can get back to 710 with a 36-cent drop, that'd be good. But no pressure to take any trades if you're already up on the day. No pressure to take any more. But if you did take this, congratulations. Is there an economic reason why Apple tends to move independently? No, there's not really economic reason. So we know Apple is in the top 5, right? So we know SPY is an ETF composed of individual names, 500 individual names, right? That reflect the S&P 500, and it's heavily impacted by the top 20 names, but more specifically, the top 10 names. What happened was Apple's beta, started to go lower and lower and lower. So you can always look into beta to see what that stock beta is in relation to SPY. And this is something you'll notice, right, just through experience. Because these characteristics, from time to time, they show up and they go, like having the instincts on how to use the VIX. Right, knowing when to rely on it, not knowing when not to rely on it. When certain things are going on, what do you flip to? Knowing when to emphasize on the dollar, knowing when not to emphasize on the dollar. Knowing when to go to crude, knowing when to go to treasuries. Right, they all give us different gauges, but from this standpoint, Apple gives us the gauge because it kind of does its own thing. Okay, so Apple kind of does its own thing. Well, let's see what the Qs are doing here. Okay, nice engulfing candle there. So we did see some buyers pick it back up above 700. Nice reclaim. Nice reclaim there. Let's check the poll on YouTube. Hey, you here? Yeah, I'm here. What's up? Okay, now just that back and forth. All right, we go back to the downside. That's what I don't want to see, piano keys. Okay, triple top there. Came close to sweeping those highs. We are seeing divergence between the Qs and SPY. Okay. If it does that zigzag, if it goes piano keys just mean you get one bullish candle or one bearish candle, and then right after that you get a bullish candle, and right after that you get a bearish candle. Right, when it starts to do that, all right, then it just becomes very tricky. Okay, so that's where we are, and that's what we're seeing now. So we saw that nice little push, nice little pop. And do you continue to go piano keys? So what this tells us is we're just range bound. Okay. So we do have that daily open right there. We have that call trigger right there. So let's see if we can come back into that, make some noise there. Buyers pick this thing back off the open. Apple did hit that weekly upside breaker. So that weekly upside breaker, right? That weekly, last week's highs. Okay. That's where Apple got pinged off. So these are all the possible targets automatically generated. Here. Okay, that's a target. Here. Here. And then the key level target with that weekly upside breaker. Matter of fact, that turns into a key zone. This indicator will be available soon, guys, but you can actually do the key zones automatically. All right. Let's see if you can start to, there you go. You can see it gives you the key zone automatically. So everything is automating everything. All right. So I'm looking to automate all the things all the principles that we go over, all the principles we teach, looking to automate. So eventually, right, you can see it gives the key zone automatically. Okay. Auto key zone, auto levels. All you have to do with just focus on, okay, the execution, the management. The heavy lifting as far as the technicals and the levels, okay, that is going to be provided. So yeah, piano key seems to be the rhythm here, all right? So there's nothing for us, or nothing for me, to say the least, to do anything there. So Apple, we're seeing some profit taken there. We did see a nice push on AMD. AMD, very interesting because it did take out the downside, scale out to the downside for the puts, and took out the upside. Now, IW is the one name that got sold off. So piano keys across the board. %, trade wins. What is beta? So think of beta like it measures volatility in relation to SPY. So it doesn't per se measure the correlation to SPY, but it measures volatility in relation to SPY. So a stock that has the benchmark beta would be the 1. So anything above the 1 would say that, hey, you know what, this stock is more volatile than SPY. Anything below 1 is less volatile than SPY. So you need a healthy level of beta. So beta is not really to give you the correlation per se, but it just gives you an idea, especially for Apple. It gives us that idea that it's a little more volatile, but in recent history, that it's kind of doing its own thing. Okay, it doesn't need. That's the interesting thing about Apple. It doesn't need anything else to impact it. All right, most of the time, as of now. Can things change? Yes, but as of now, that's his personality. All right. So what I mean by that is You saw earlier when the Apple's idea came in, SPY was on the verge of breaking, but not really breaking. It was kind of prepping for a break, and Apple already broke. And as SPY broke, that further enhanced Apple's continued push. As SPY saw a little profit taking, little pullbacks, Apple continued to push forward. All right, so that can be applied on both sides. So yesterday, Apple was nice to the downside. Today, Apple was nice to the upside. Now, Broadcom, all those semis are taking off now. Semis are again, we're seeing a rotation into semis now, guys. Semis are taking off. Okay, semis are taking off. Nvidia's gone. Sneaky move by the semis. Broadcom is gone. See if Dell, not really a semi name, but hardware name. Anyone that does work in those data centers, Dell's data center product, EMC, right? They bought that up. Dell, see if you can get above that 217.18. Has some overhead resistance up there at PMH, AMD. So sneaky move on Nvidia. I was watching Nvidia too. It just kind of snuck up on us and took off. AMD took off as well. MU took off as well. SNDK. SNDK, everyone's waiting for that 1,000. All right, so I have yet to take any trades on SNDK in my trading career. All right. Now, the spreads for intraday are terrible. If you take a look at SNDK, all right, the contracts are about $29 per contract. Okay. So look how terrible the spreads are. And these are the Friday's contracts. These are atrocious. So that means you're not going to get the best fill. That means you have to get your order in as price going to those levels. You're going to buy if you're going to buy the bid. There's SNDK's contracts. 28.20 to 30. That's $80 spread. All right. So if you buy at the ask, you're going to be down $80 per contract right out the gate. So you can't use the buy at the ask methodology here because the spreads are atrocious. You have to buy at the bid. If you're buying at the bid, more than likely you have to have a pending order. That's the best way to get filled at the bid. As price is moving, you're not going to get filled at the bid. Okay, so the way to get filled at the bid when you have atrocious spreads, right, is have your order there already and let price come into it, and then it goes. So it's a different entry model you want to utilize. Because at $80 per contract, that eats up maybe 10%. Okay, that's actually 20%. 15 to 20% of the opportunity. So you're automatically in drawdown. So when you are trading these individual names, you have to assess them individually. The reason why I like buying at the ask on SPY, all right, I've explained this before, is because SPY has virtually no spread or the tightest spread you can get. Right, so I like SPY because the spread is so tight. There's not a big difference between me buying at the ask or buying at the bid when I'm only paying about $1, about $1 on the spread. So I don't mind losing on the spread, which is about $1, right? Because I'm more focused on getting filled and execution. Right? If you want to get filled right away, you have to use the ask. So you have to know when to approach certain trades and what type of orders to put in to put yourself in position to capitalize off the opportunity on those trades. And when I sell SPY, I don't sell at the ask, I sell at the bid because I'm trying to get filled as quickly as possible. Right? Because that's the whole nature of scalping. You want to be in and out of the position as quickly as possible. Okay, so that's something to understand. Yeah, MU continues to go, so you can see piano keys here on the 5 guys. Okay, so back and forth, forth and back. So let the market do what it wants to do. All of them are kind of having some ugly action here on the 5. They're making sure everyone is shaking out. Shake out the buyers, shake out the sellers. All right, so we'll probably have to do one lotto here. All right, and look at this. Crude is starting to push. Okay, that's why it's so important to tune into the pre-market prep stream, guys. We talked about the area for crude where we're going to start to wake up is here. If it continues to push above 92.02, all right, it starts to work its way into this jaws here. Crude can start to push. More than likely, we start to dump. And our focus quickly shifts to ExxonMobil. Okay, ExxonMobil, our focus shifts to that. ExxonMobil downward compression break. ExxonMobil did provide a scale out already, almost a TP. Let's take a look at it. And what will signify that crude is showing strength? More than likely, okay, you can see Exxon, the idea, hit basically TP there. Exxon, we can see first shift low grab. Inverse head and shoulder. Okay, so let's see if that starts to come to fruition, and SPY and the Qs give up their VWAP. And crude continue to push higher. Higher, not just open-ended statement, but above this resistance. Okay, so it's coming to this resistance. If it gets that break, continues to push, more than likely we see that inverse head and shoulder start to play out on Exxon. Okay. And then we start to see the Qs and SPY, which are leading us in the Dow, work their way towards that VWAP. In the case where we do reject off of this, all right, because it can go both ways, okay, then more than likely now SPY is going to get that compression break to the upside. Okay, so it's going to be all eyes on what crude does from this point on. So let us know in the chat, guys. Do you think crude gets above that 92.09, 92.10, continues to accelerate towards that 92.50? Or does it fall back towards that 91 territory after rejecting off that key zone? That's going to be the thesis behind the next idea. All right. And that's how you identify those opportunities, and that's how you position yourself to see which scenario plays out. In the meantime, what do you think SPY is doing, guys? SPY is just chopping around at the 710. Okay. It's waiting until further notice. It's waiting until further notice. All right. So we'll get alerted on both sides. Put that alert right there. NVIDIA holding, beautiful job, 6-0. NVIDIA 40%. You guys are on it today, guys. Just one tiny trade today. Beautiful job, NVIDIA pushing. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful job. What I love to see is, guys, everyone that's joined our Discord, their risk management is getting so tight. They're getting so sharp at risk management, and it's really resonating. And taking that loss according to your plan is no longer a big deal, because you know what the upside. You know what's waiting on the upside, right? So it's very important that you continue to do that, guys. That's priority number one. Priority number one is buttoning up on your risk management. The setups and the opportunities are going to be there. All right. That's one thing that's going to be there. Okay. But the one thing that's going to be detrimental, it doesn't matter how much of the upside you catch. If your downside is uncapped, it's just a matter of time before you give everything back. Okay. So very, very important. USO, let's take a look at that on the 1 hour, 4 hour. USO is the ETF. USO as well, right? That 130, probably that critical level on USO. Let's jump over to the 4 hour. We can clearly see, right? We don't need to do a lot of technicals to see. Okay, USO starting to push. If not, USO did already break out in somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder, left head, right. Let's drop down to the hourly. Let's get a little more granular here. And we have that major resistance on USO, very similar to what we see on crude. All right, so USO, this is a major territory here that needs to get passed. So if USO gets past this resistance, very similar to what crude is doing, then that unlocks that push, okay, into this area. So if you're a bull, the last thing you want to see is USO and crude break the resistance and start to push into this runway. If you're a bear, you're salivating because this is the opportunity you're waiting for. Okay. So it just depends which side you're on at that particular time. If you're a bull, if you're a bear, you just have to know what to look for. And what can just stack the odds in your favor slightly. All right. A slight stacking of the odds in your favor. 0 DTQ premium on both sides. SPY still holding above that 5 and 15. What about, yeah, market buys, the same thing as buying the ask. All right, so again, as crude continues to push, okay, that if SPY gives up the VWAP, okay, then more than likely we start to see that slide, and I'm waiting on Exxon to see if there's some activity there. And you can start to see a little bit of a compression. So what the bulls want to see is a rejection here, as they want resistance on crude to be resistance. All right, buyers just refuse though. They refuse. That's why we're at this standstill. Still in that key zone. So the key zone that I shared with our strikers is this one right here. Let me take this off. We're still right there. Okay, we're still right there. We are still right there. As a matter of fact, we have a nice little compression. So if crude treats that level as resistance, starts to push lower, this is what awaits for the bulls. Exxon continues to sell off here. NVIDIA made a push into that PMH. Starting to reject there at PMH, triple top. See if NVIDIA can come back for that retest. NVIDIA did push into that PMH. Again, PMH, that's going to be that target as well, right? Always be aware of those levels, guys, when they're in the way. You can treat those as targets, treat those as hurdles. I like to say hurdles. All right, so the obstacles price needs to get over to get that next threshold. Okay, let's see how many likes we got, guys. Let's take a look at the likes. We're at 72. Let's get to 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway. See, USO continues to climb. You can use crude or USO. You can use futures or USO. They're both going to tell you the same thing. It's like ES and SPY. All right, they're going to be different levels, of course. Different numerical levels, but they're probably both doing the same thing. Ugly action here, guys. IW continues to sell off. All right, sneaky sell off on IW. Sneaky sell off on IW. This is as ugly as it gets. 100%, 100% JB. All right, piano keys on the 5. So this is the last line of defense. We have that week that we have that daily open. We have the call trigger up there for shockwave. We have VWAP in there as well. So I'm gonna keep a close eye. on what takes place there. In that case, of course, you need crude to start to reject, show some signs of weakness at least. We're starting to see the VIX pick up some speed as well. VIX is not creating a lot of separation, right? Looks like it's pushing higher, but it's only a 25-cent push. So you can see strikers here. We're coming into the VWAP. The question is, do bulls try to protect that VWAP? SPY is the only one coming to VWAP. The Qs are quite a ways away from VWAP. IW just gave up on the Dow just gave up VWAP, and IW is already below VWAP and selling off. IW is headed towards the lows of the day. So IWM that is, right, might have foreshadowed what took place today. Put in the chat, okay? Are we inside on the day or are we directional on the day? Okay, so put in the chat. Are we inside? Are we inside prior day's range? Have we not taken out prior day's highs or lows? Or did we take out prior day highs or prior day's lows? So let me know where we are. So sometimes it's important to know where we are. Inside, exactly. So we were still inside yesterday's candle. What kind of candle did we get yesterday? We got an engulfing candle, bearish engulfing candle. Okay, I want to see how we initially respond with this area. See if buyers want to pick it up. And we're seeing a bearish engulfing. That's right, JG, Troy, absolutely. If this fails to hold, no buyers hold, no buyers pick it up at VWAP at least, small little effort, then we can start to work our way back to this magnet. And this magnet might be the magnet for the whole day. Meaning we push away from it only to get back to it. All right, so for us to break below VWAP, we need that continued push on crude. Okay, ExxonMobil is starting to go. Huh. So in this case, ExxonMobil is a reversal, right? It's not a momentum. ExxonMobil is not momentum. ExxonMobil is a reversal. So for Exxon to push into VWAP, we're probably going to have to get that break below VWAP on the indexes. So this is the last piece of real estate that bears need to control. Okay, they need to buy this up and just sell right through that. The bulls are going to try to protect this. It's going to come down to this. It's going to come down to that there. Right, so ExxonMobil, okay, see if ExxonMobil can hold that. Risk on ExxonMobil could be that 149.03. We're still below VWAP. If you're waiting for that VWAP recapture, by all means, wait. If this setup does not make any sense, just sit back and just see how it plays out. All right, guys. No pressure to take any trades. All right, this is not signals. I always have to say that. Okay, this is intended for educational purposes. And then now we come right to that zone. We start to see some weakness there, and we get picked back up. Just like that. Off that key zone. So buyer said, you know what? We're going to pick it up. So now, do they have enough pressure, buying pressure, to really break and go? That's the question. Do they have enough buying to break and go? In this case, we need that continued sell-off on crude. Okay, we wanted to see. You see that right there? That's what it came down to. Exxon rejecting off that territory. Anyone catch that? I'm assuming most of you are done after that Apple trade. Okay, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. We are closing in on our sub goal for this month, guys, is to hit 5K. And there's only one way to get there, is through your support. Every subscription we have, every subscriber that we've got, okay, was done organically. It's real people subscribing, all right? So if you do find value, make sure you're subscribed. So still less than, I'll say more than 65% of people who do tune in are not subscribed. All right. We will go over the call to action in at 11:30. By then, if we have 150 likes, we'll do the giveaway. I'm looking to take a lotto somewhere. Okay, you have to be a precise sniper to navigate this. Is it possible? Absolutely. All right, but don't give back any money in this area, guys, especially if you were able to make something in first shift. All right, this action very erratic. All right, very jittery. This is that's why when you do back testing, you can't get a feel for, I like to call it a velocity, how the candles are moving. Okay, the way the candles are moving, it feels like it has a lot of uncertainty. It can go either way. There's buyers and sellers at every minute. Okay, no one participation group is really dictating the pace. We can see it through the 5. So in this area, the best thing to do is have that very precise entries. Right, very precise entries. Very tight stops. And trade a theme and an idea if it comes into the equation, if it comes into play, like kind of the theme we're just discussing here. Rather than something just random on a chart. So you can see we bounced off this, continue to push. All right, so we did see buyers pick it back up there. We did see buyers pick it back up. VWAP is right there. Along with that opening range high. All right, so Crude is doing what it needs to do. So it's opening up the gateway. So what's going to really come down to is, can we dictate the pace above 710? Okay. Who wants 710? No one, no participation group wants 710 bad enough. All right, both of them are fighting, but no one wants it. So that's why it's turning into a slugfest. It's like if you're watching a fight that's really close, right? And it's going to go to decision, and it's getting close to the end of the fight, last few rounds, right? And when during those type of fights, right, what just comes to play is will. Who wants it more than the other person? That's what we're seeing here at that 710. Okay, so buyers are willing to protect that VWAP, willing to protect this key zone. Okay, but sellers are saying, hey, anything above 710, we're pushing it back lower. So both participation groups are guarding those areas. Sellers are guarding this. Buyers are guarding this. So what gives? So is there enough overhead supply off that 710 to drive us below VWAP, or is there enough demand in this key zone to drive us above 710 and continue to expand? So that is a $1 million question for the day, or for this particular shift. All right, in the meantime, people just get chopped up. Right, so no trades during second. Surprisingly, no trades on SPY during first either. Did take 2 trades, SPY, Palantir, and Apple. NVIDIA, nice push on NVIDIA. Nice retest. IWM puts. Yeah, IWM sneaky sell-off there. So you can see puts, and you said 275.52. Yeah, so IWM did hit 3 TPs. Now look at the action on IW. So IWM, this is not outside of the ordinary as far as the action is. Yeah, if you're in profit on a particular name, just have your NC marked out. Whether it's break even after you take some profit, and you're willing to put up with a little bit of a headache, have your NC there, and you're playing the bigger picture push, and then just take it to the next target. All right, but the main thing is make sure to secure the profit first. All right, that's best practice, because it's just one announcement away from everything just changing. Okay. Okay, guys. And we're going to get into the summer months. The summer months are going to be a grind. All right. So we're going to get to experience that, God willing, together as a team on YouTube and in a private community as well. So the summer month grind is a real grind. All right. You still have to know what you're doing. All right. The typical case is this. All right. The typical case is we break into quarters. All right. Usually Q1, you get adjusted and you end the quarter green. All right. Q2 is most traders, they can't get that feel for Q2. They're either break even or red. And then now we go into summer months as well. That's basically Q2, the middle of Q2 and Q3. Right? And then now you're most likely red there because you're not used to the action. Every time things change, seasonality kicks in. And then now Q4, all the pressure is on you. Okay? To get back to where you were here because of the inability to identify the environment we're in these kind of conditions. Because this grind. All right, the summer grind, the summer month grind is a real grind, right? If you don't have the ability to trade it, if you're positive on the quarter, if you're green on the quarter from Q1 and you're still green up until now at the end of the month, the first month of the new quarter, it might be in your best interest to take the summer months off. Okay, because you can be doing a lot of trading and giving everything back. All right, so. And you have to make those decisions now. Are you locked in to be participating during that time? If so, in what fashion? Or are you just waiting for optimal times? All right. So there are traders in our team. When it does get to all-time highs, they don't trade. All-time high neighborhood, they don't touch it. During certain quarters, they don't trade. A lot of our experienced veteran traders, right? They know when to push and they know when to not to push, when to ease off the gas. All right, then that comes with experience. All right, so that's what we're going to be encountering in the next few weeks and the next few coming months. All right, I know it's a little bit We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We still have a little bit of time until then, but that's what's coming up. And April is giving that, the action we're seeing in April is giving us a small preview of what we can see in the summer months, especially if we're in the all-time high territory. Okay? So very important to understand that. It's going to be low ATR, low IV, grindy, choppy type of days. News catalyst comes in, we get that push. What are we basing off this information off? The things that happened last year. All right, the seasonal conditions under this administration that happened last year are more than likely to repeat this year, right? Until proven otherwise. On top of that, seasonality during the summer, that volume drops off. 30% on Apple taking profit out for the day. Absolutely Santos, beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So I'd love to go over some more ideas, guys, but there's nothing that's too clean. NVIDIA did come back for that retest. Okay. When you say, hey, you know what, that key zone is very large, okay, you can make it smaller. All right, you can make it smaller. If you don't want the key zone, you can take it off. So NVIDIA came in for that retest. Nice push. Hits TP. So if, more than likely, let's do this. All right, let's put some numbers behind this back and forth. Okay, so more than likely, we can start to correlate the 710 on SPY with this key zone on crude. Okay, if we can create separation away from this territory on crude, this zone, we can create separation away from that 710. The inverse separation. Okay, to the upside, downside on the upside 710. To the downside, the upside on 710. Okay, that's going to be key here. That is going to be key here. Apple, nice bounce off 270.95. Okay. The levels I have on Apple are here. I got that 270.95. Came right to that territory, and now it gives another run at that weekly upside breaker. Now, does it have enough fuel to break this double top? Or do we just go double top? Too much overhead supply. Not sure why my chart gets squeezed every time I go back and forth. Before we do that, let's take a look at the hourly. Okay, game plan chart. Okay, game plan chart, very, very critical. We got that nice little bounce. We have a nice little areas of exhaustion off our key zone, and now we're stuck at that 710. All right, so who can dictate the pace from here? That's where we are now. So let me know in the chat, guys. Do you guys think that we're going to reclaim 710 aggressively, push into the highs of the day, 710.70, continue to expand, or do we fail at the 710 and start to push into this trendline support for potential test? Okay, do we head that way, or do we push into the highs of the day initially? That is the million-dollar question. And based off of that, once we do get there, it's either we get that rejection back to 710, or we get that continued expansion back up. And if we do get into this territory, we get that bounce off that support, buyers pick it up, or do we get that complete breakdown? So you can see in each area there's scenarios. And that's going to be predicated on what Crude is doing with that zone as well. Yep, first shift highs right here. That would be the mean reversion. Exxon falling off a cliff, continues to sell off, so no signs of reversal on Exxon. So we're still hugging that territory. So the Qs are the only thing that made all-time highs today. Some bounces as IWM continues to push. Some bounce opportunities, all right, are going to be the next bounce opportunity. Of course, the cleanest one is this 275.28 at hourly 50 EMA. Microsoft continues to go. Meta starting to wake up. Broadcom is out of here. Broadcom said good night. Broadcom. Okay, nice break on SPY. Let's see what Google has in store. Still has a little more to go to the downside. If you took Google before, that was one of the ideas we possible to entertain. Came down between Google and Palantir. We took Palantir instead. That did go to TP1 and TP2. Guess what we're back to? 710. 710. Okay, 5 more minutes away from the next shift. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. At 11:30, we'll discuss the ways to join our community. Talk about Shockwave. Take any questions. Last 2 days did take a couple of trades after post-stream, so NVIDIA worked out nicely for us. And SPY yesterday got stopped out. I held that one overnight on SPY. Got stopped out this morning. So it's a rarity, but if it's there, I'll take it. If not, I'll just let it be. All right, so make sure to like the video, guys, so we can do the giveaway. I have some courses to give away. Okay, you can unlock those courses by getting to 150 likes. All right, back below 710. You see that back and forth, how exhausting it is? Very exhausting. It's exhausting to look at. Now just imagine managing it, okay, with capital on the line. That would be more exhausting, okay? More exhausting if you add capital on the line to it. I do see that trend line support there between these two lows forming. Touch, possible touch there for that complete breakdown. But again, nothing enough to get me involved and out of my seat. At 11:30, that 709.30 becomes the low for that mean reversion. So that does look enticing for those lottos. So see if we can come back and do it one more time. Okay. Who's done for the day? First 2 hours in the books, guys. Again, 2 trades today. Both worked in our favor. Apple, most of you caught Apple. Apple was beautiful. A couple of you caught Palantir. Some of you even caught SPY. So no trades on SPY yet. Chop City, 100%, guys. 20 profits, 20% on the profits. Book holding runner. Okay, good. Let's check the trusty daily sentiment check. All right, so the daily sentiment check. All right, the reason why I provided the kangaroo option. So when I say kangaroo, I'm thinking of I'm saying choppy, right? Kangaroos, right? Up and down. They bounce up and down. All right, bulls, they strike up. Bears, they strike down. Right, so 49% of the chat said 49% of the chat said bullish, 15% said bearish, and 35% said kangaroo. So it looks like close to half the chat, right, is leaning towards being bullish. Yep, Nvidia, good call, Jimmy. I do see that. Microsoft broke above it. There goes Nvidia. You got a nice little lift there. See if you can get that close on the 5. So we're getting close to 11:30. And new shift upon us. New shift upon us. Broadcom, right? Running in silence. Okay. Just made all-time highs. Broadcom made all-time highs. All-time highs on Broadcom. Ticker symbol AVGO. All-time highs on Broadcom. Look at this back and forth choppy action. Very, very choppy. And you can just pay attention to the chop from a distance, okay? You don't have to engage the chop. There are ways to trade the chop, right? Microsoft is out of here, guys. Microsoft out of here. Apple continues to push higher. Anyone still holding Apple? If you're still holding Apple, 100%. We're getting shenanigan at least once a shift. 5 for 5 green. Two prompt. Looking for better opportunities. Beautiful job, Gary. Yep, they're very aggressive, right? They're choosing violence. These candles are choosing violence. Yeah, this action. Yeah, if you have enough size on this and you're watching this action, right? I mean, it can cause a tremendous amount of stress. Okay, and the cortisol. This type of action is not worth the cortisol release. All right, there's some times when the cortisol release is worthy. It has to be a good opportunity, but this one, it's not worth stressing over. It's teetering. All right, oil is right there. It's teetering, looking to break. Looks like it wants to break out. All right, do they want to trap some longs before they try to dump this thing? If we break back below 710, this can be maybe the segue back at that territory. Nice little break below this trend line support. Right. That's why it's unable to create that clean separation. It's able to get above 710, gets back below it. Gets above it, gets back below it. Google's at VWAP. More than likely, if SPY breaks here, Google will start to slide as well. So in this case, the best thing to probably do is just go to Apple and wait for pullbacks. All right, Apple has the strength. Just go to the leader of the pack, and take the 9 with some PA price action. We're coming to that 272.80, 272.80. Apple continues to push higher. Apple did the job, 100%, beautiful job. Okay, a new CEO, Apple gets the job done. Tim Cook, whether you like him or not, right? Phenomenal CEO, right? From the time he took over from Jobs till now, he's taken to the company to new heights. I like to use the analogy, Steve Jobs, and I like to use sports analogy to make it more relatable. Of course, Steve Jobs is the brains, but when he passed, Tim Cook came in, right? He already had the framework of something big, but he took it to the next level. So think of Steve Jobs, right? Think of him very similar to Steve Kerr. Ironically, both their names are Steve, right? So think of Steve Kerr has to go down as one of the greatest coaches of all time. Top three, whether you like it or not, right? Top three. But when he inherited the team, he had the building blocks, okay, that Mark Jackson kind of built. So he didn't necessarily start from scratch. He just went in there to optimize and take it to the next level. And that's exactly what Steve Jobs did with Apple. That's exactly what Tim Cook did with Apple. Okay, so Tim Cook is very similar to Steve Kerr in that sense. All right, taking something that's already on the verge of going to the next level, game changing, but literally taking it to the next level. Okay, so now with this new CEO, it's equivalent to Steve Kerr retiring. Steve Kerr retiring, okay, Steve Kerr, the product, of course, is the system that they have. And those players get faded. Those players will eventually retire. And the product cycle of Apple's product will eventually retire as well. So what adaptations can this new CEO make? All right, can he start pivoting more into AI like everyone's asking for? Right, we know that there's an engineering background there and design background and product background, but can we start going towards AI? Okay, Crude starting to pick up some speed here. Okay, USO is out of here. Nice compression break back below that 710. VIX is starting to pick up here. 1940 critical. All right, that's interesting, that the dynamic. End of an era, start of a new one. Because let's look up some numbers. When Tim Cook took over, market cap. I mean, he might have to go down. I mean, he inherited a winner, but he might have to go down as, again, one of the greatest CEOs. All right, very similar to Steve Kerr. So before Tim Cook, Jobs era, market cap of Apple was $350 billion. Revenue, $65 billion. This is in 2010. Net income, $14 billion. From 2011 to 2025, market cap $3 trillion. Okay, so 350 billion to $3 trillion. Okay, that's equivalent to taking $35 and then turning that into $3,500. All right. So you do the math there. Revenue, 380 billion, 65 billion to 385 billion. So a 10x increase in the market cap, 6x increase in the revenue, 6 to 7x increase in profit, and 12,000 plus 1100% plus return on the stock. And at that time, Apple just had the computer, and I think they just released the iPhone. There goes Crude. Okay, Crude starting to push, guys. VIX starting to pick up. So again, it looks like a potential push back lower is inevitable. I actually met Steve Jobs long ago when I was in university, working part-time at Apple tech support. Wow. So 6 degrees of separation. So we have someone in the chat who's met Steve Jobs. Top 3. Yeah, who's the top 3, guys? Top 3 coaches. We already know who's number 1. All right, that's not up for debate. Steve Kerr has to be at least top 5. Top 5. You don't realize that the companies were started military computer hardware stuff. Yeah, the internet has been around for way longer. The U.S. military had it way before the public. Right, so as it should be, right? Why would you release something to the public before you don't fully control? If you think of it from a government standpoint, all right, it depends on what lens you're looking at it from. If you're looking at it from the citizen standpoint, that's different. But look at it from a government standpoint, all right? Why would you release a technology to the public that you don't fully understand the capabilities and control in and out? Right. Once you know the in and outs, how it works, right? They've used it. Look at our DARPA, right? It's been around since basically the 80s. Okay. And then by the time it got released to the public, right? Because they know how to fully capitalize off of it. Same thing with this AI stuff. So the similar thing with the AI stuff, guys. The stuff that they're releasing to the public, they've had this for many, many years. It's the same kind of thing. By the time it becomes public, right, there's some private activity that took place before it became public. Just like a company, right? You just can't IPO a business you started today, right? You're going to have some groundwork. You're going to have something on the private side, private investors, private activity, some signs of runway. And then you go public. Okay, so Phil, Pat Riley, Popovich. Okay, I can go. Yeah, okay, so Steve Kerr's in the top 5. Doc Rivers, I don't know. Doc Rivers, it's all about the repeat. Can you repeat it? Of course, we know why Phil has to be number 1, right? He wins 6 somewhere else, goes somewhere else, and wins 3 more. Or did he win 6? I think was Doug Collins there for that one time? I believe he won 6. Yeah, 6. So 9 in total. But y'all, okay, nice breakdown there, guys. Crude is starting to push. Crude is starting to push. So Steve Kerr, right? So he has 6 champions. How many champions does he have? 6 as a player. All right, I believe he has 6. Got a nice little breakdown there. Okay, he has 5 rings as a player. All right, 3 with Chicago, 2 with San Antonio, and 4 rings as a coach. Okay, if we break below that VWAP, we can start to go. Okay, it looks like we're starting to break there. This is the last line of defense for the Bulls. If that gets given up, if you took that breakdown there beautifully below that 670, you're in good shape. If we can hold below VWAP, flag under VWAP, retrace, reject off this key zone. All right, so yeah, I think Steve Kerr, top 5 at least. And at the end of the day, guys, as a player driven, the coach can't win anything. Right? You're going to have the right pieces to win. So you can inherit whatever team you want, but if you don't have the right pieces, you're not going to win. It's player driven. So you need the right pieces and you need the right system and right philosophy. And that's what the coach brings. Because we've seen lots of experiments where you have the right pieces and the team is can't win. Okay, we're getting a nice little bounce off of that level. See if we can hold. And if you guys remember, if it wasn't for Kobe, Suns and Phoenix, more than likely Phoenix would have won a chip. All right, if they probably would have gotten the finals and won. And guess who the executive was at that time? So he was, and that team that they had in Phoenix, okay, the run and gun style of play, along with the good defense that team was playing there, they could have beat the Lakers. They could have won the whole thing, right? They were just Kobe away, right? Kobe was the one thing that just stopped him. So he could have also had a championship in another universe as an executive, right? So that would be as a player, as an exec, and as a coach as well. Now that's something. Okay, Trump is live. Let's go to it. Shockwave right there, another one. If you took that, manage accordingly. That's a mean reversion. Keep a close eye on Crude. I don't see Trump. I don't see it for some reason. Let me pull it up on free. Scale out if you need to. Scale out reminder there. Let me pull up CNBC. And that's just very close to the window. So again, we're grabbing these lows. That's on commercial break. We're grabbing those lows and buyers are piling in right off of that key zone. Anyone take this right there? $90 IW puts. Beautiful job, Turbo. Yeah, the entries have been a little tricky because how erratic the candles are. You have room into this territory up here. Of course, that's 710 is a major level. TP hit. So this is actually very nice. Interestingly, we have room to 710. If we can surpass 710, we'll be good to go. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, Blackstone reporting earnings tomorrow. It's the first of the alt managers to report.
So this was a mean reversion. Grab those lows. A nice push. Oh, you took that, Wayne. Beautiful job, Wayne. Phil, 13 total. 2 as a player. 11 as a coach. Yeah, Phil is next level. So Phil has to be number 1. Phil has to be number 1. The only reason is because he on top of all the accolades, he did it twice. All right. Yeah, Kobe was tough in that series. I mean, Raja Bell did a decent job. I mean, that's as good as it gets. All right, just try to contain Kobe. You're not going to stop him. But it was a close series, to say the least. We all know the famous shot against the Suns. All right. When Kobe's clenching his teeth and he's holding up his fist. That's against the Suns. For my basketball fans. Book 40% on profits. No positions. All right. At the current moment. There's a nice little scalp there. Okay, less than 10%, but green is green 100%. And that's what it gives. Sometimes it doesn't give that 10, but it goes to TP. Because what's happening is the range is getting contracted. And on top of that, if you don't have that good entry, more than likely, you got to take what it gives. Red R back, 16 chips. 9 as a coach, 7 in the front office. That's 4. So Steve still has to be in the top 5. Top 3 debatable, but top 5 probably he's in the top 5. So we got Phil, we got Pat, we got Popovich, Red Arback, and breaking news here, Steve Kerr.
Secretary Bessent has been testifying on Capitol Hill to lawmakers this morning, and he was asked about this reporting that we had this week that the United Arab Emirates had been in touch with the Treasury Department about a potential currency swap line as a potential financial backbone or financial lifeline amid the war. And what Bessent told lawmakers today is that it might not just be the UAE that's part of these discussions. Take a listen here to exactly what he said.
Many of our Gulf allies have requested swap lines. You would have just read about the UAE, and swap lines, whether it's from the Federal Reserve or the Treasury, are to maintain order in the dollar funding markets and to prevent the sale of the U.S. assets in a disorderly.
Apple will probably have to come back that weekly upside breaker. right? A little overextended. If you want something even shorter than that, using the EMAs, right? Even shallower than that, you can throw the EMAs on the chart and see if you can ride the EMAs. Okay, go first wave, second wave, third wave. First wave as entry, second wave as your stop. You can ride it that way, like from a scalping perspective. But I would say the retest would be second shift highs and that weekly upside breaker. That'd be a healthy entry. At 270.90, 270.96 was nice. 95. So I'd say latest in this area here. And now Apple's above that daily upside breaker. So let's just zoom out on Apple, right? So let's just zoom out on Apple. Let's go to the hourly. Just from an intraday lens, we know Apple on the bigger picture time frame, guys. Apple has that nice little runway. It broke out, stayed still for a few days, and it's starting to really move. So Apple does have a little bit of room. So on Apple, that hold is basically, that's what it translates to. So coming back into this territory and trying to hold that. That weekly upside breaker hold is in this area. That's going to be that latest entry. All right. So just a small little peek into that territory. That'd be I'd say the shallowest entry to try to pursue Apple. Apple didn't even do a 50-50. Apple continues to go. All right, no 50-50 there. Or maybe a 2 to 3 5-minute candles and a pullback to the 9 and a key level. Okay, so again, more mess. So we're still in this messy area, right? So it's just scalping territory. So I don't love anything here. Trying to get a lotto off. Not going to force it. Maybe we'll save it for later. But again, who's done for the day? Holding NVIDIA, okay. Yeah, NVIDIA moves nice. Once it starts to move, guys, just manage your risk, all right? If you're, just mark out your risk beforehand, define your risk beforehand. And if it's still the setup is still, there's some validity behind the setup, you're within your risk, by all means you can hold, right? The only time we get into that trouble is when the thesis is no longer there and we're beyond our risk threshold, and then now we're just hoping and wishing. Okay, so the more we can cut that out, the better it would be. So shockwave for another win there. Let's check in the chat. Very interesting conversation, guys, about the coaches. I've been in Melbourne and Sydney. Stay long, beautiful. Yeah, Jimmy's joining us all the way from Australia, so big shout out to Jimmy. All right, don't even know what time it is in Australia. I think they're 12 hours. I could just look it up. No, not 12 hours. I just know when Sydney session starts. So let's take a look. What time is it in Sydney? So 2 a.m. basically. Yeah, so close to 13 hours it looks like. That might change because of daylight savings. I'm assuming you guys don't do daylight savings in Sydney. It's 2 a.m. Okay. Again, 7:10. Get back here. What's gonna give? Now from here back to 710. So we do have people joining us from all over the world. Drop your time zone in the chat. I'm in the Eastern time zone, so a lot of the things I'm referring to is in the Eastern time zone. We have a lot of people in the Eastern time zone, but not everyone's in Eastern. $11:59. I think folks on the East Coast, we're spoiled, right? We don't have to wake up super early, because I can just imagine if I was running this stream from the West Coast, or I'd have to wake up super early. Central. And here we go. Shenanigans. If Doctor's in the chat, that shenanigans meme is going to come up. Another one. I think we got one already today. Pacific. Right, so this is give back money hour, right? You took your time, you took your risk to make money here, and you get lured into something low quality here to give it back. And when you start giving it back, what ends up happening is, guys, you start to get re-engaged. You start to get back into the trading. And since you gave a little bit of it back, you want to get more. You want to get back what you gave back. And then you get back into your trading. And then now the market has you back in. All right, so very important that you draw those hard lines in the sand. If you're done, be done. It's going to do everything it can to entice you. Right? And call you by name. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in North Carolina. No, I'm not in Boston or Maine. Maine. All right, guys, 12:30. We'll look to wrap it up here soon. All right. Hopefully you guys found value from the stream. Once we hit 12:30, we'll look to wrap up. We'll go over ways to join our community here shortly as well. If we're at 150 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, if you're just jumping in right now, as of now, let's reset the room. Okay, we go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. All right, all things SPY, all things day trading, scalping especially, is your go-to channel. So you want to make sure to tune in every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. On YouTube, if you're on YouTube, if you've been tuning in for 3 to 5 episodes and you're enjoying the content, make sure you're subscribed and you want to take your trade to the next level. Join our community. We do have a couple of spots left. Use the code April. Use the code April. Yeah, North Carolina is beautiful. I think it has the best of both worlds. Sorry about your mother. Best of both worlds. I mean, the downtown is not even really a downtown, to be honest. If you come from a real downtown, the downtown is not really a downtown. I mean, it's getting there slowly, but it's not a downtown. If you compare it to the real mega cities, right? Like we compare it to like Vancouver, Toronto, Chicago, Miami, New York, the major hubs, it doesn't. There's no comparison, right? It's like a mid-tier downtown. There's lots of things. It gives you the best of both worlds, in my opinion. And there are a lot of people moving here. Let's say for the past 10, 15 years, there's been a lot of people, especially from the north, moving here. And I'm seeing a lot of Ontario plates. Not California, Ontario, Toronto, Ontario plates in North Carolina as well. Right, I did used to live in Toronto, Canada. Right, so when I do see those plates, I feel like stopping the person and saying, hey, where are you from? How'd you find out about this place? But I am seeing a lot of plates from Canada coming into North Carolina and plates from all over the U.S. And it's not a touristy place, so there's no big tourist attraction here. Jen, Toronto. So it's probably starting to get a little warm now. I did 33% in a small account. I want to waste my mental 100% doctor, especially here, right? Especially here. I know where you live. Record high run in semis. You can use SOX or SMH. I prefer SMH to get a gauge of the semis. Yeah, I think it's a nice, healthy median, right? Right in the middle. You're not too far from the deep south, and you're not too far from the north either. And you're not too far from the beaches as well. %. This reminds you of the summer action, doctor. So for those of you who traded with me last year or was part of the team last year, right? So we've seen this before, so we have the tools at our disposal to navigate this. So we'll continue to do the same thing. Can you believe Canada is stopping people from leaving Canada, charging $500K for leaving Canada? What is that? I never heard of that. Charging $500K to leave? Was Canada turning into North Korea? I actually didn't hear about that. Is that real? Yeah. So if you want to do the coaching, just send me a DM, and we'll set up. I'll send you my schedule, and we'll set up a call. And for those of you who did get the yearly guys, you do have a coaching call that comes with your plan. Anytime you do need that, and that can allow us to segue right into how to join the community, what we have to offer, and how to align yourself with our resources. All right. After that, we'll do a couple of more minutes of coverage. We'll go over any questions Unfortunately, no lotto today, unless I see something late day. Right, but took our 2 trades. The lotto from yesterday, the overnight hold stopped out. But as far as the action today, the trades we took today, they did work out nicely. So this is our site. If you want to find out all about our services, all about our resources, go to smartactiontraining.com. There's a community. We have a coaching as well, and courses. That's all available. But the big thing is, of course, our Shockwave 15 indicator that's been released. It's on early bird special. Let's briefly talk about that. There's a video on my channel. You can go to that after the stream. The first video, the latest video under the video tab that breaks down what the Shockwave 15 is. It's essentially a structured plan, a structured way to trade the open that gives you clarity, risk guidance, and clear levels. All the heavy lifting is done for you. So when you do come in, a lot of you do work full time. You're juggling a lot of things, so you don't have the luxury to prep in the morning for an hour, right? So that's the whole purpose of this indicator. That's the whole purpose of our program, right? To alleviate or to lighten your load of the technicals through our services, so you can really focus on the decision making. You can really focus on when to allocate risk, how much risk to allocate, and the risk management and the profit taking, right? So that's exactly what this does. Shockwave, it gives you the automated levels. It has gives you the entries, the suggested entries, when to buy. It gives you the targets. It gives you everything you need as it pertains to trading the open. Quick preview, guys. This update for Shockwave is in the work. I'm working on the update. All right, and if I'm going to give you a preview, I'm working on adding Shockwave lottos. All right, power hour range trading. Okay, so if you do have that, that's not update is not there yet. I'm just doing some finishing touches on the tests. This is just version 1. All right, this is just Shockwave. There's going to be version 2, version 3, version 4. It's going to continuously get better. All right, so just a preview there. So again, it's going to give you the clarity and the guidance you need to be able to navigate and bring the best opportunities to your attention. If there's momentum in the market, if you're a momentum trader, this is a must-have, because it's going to bring the momentum trades to you and give you an opportunity to take those trades. All right, so that's available for one-time payment, $497. Again, I'm going to be hosting a webinar. I'll drop the link for the webinar as well here shortly. But if you want that indicator, make sure to take advantage of it. Strikers, if you want that indicator, use the code in the Discord. If you're interested, you don't know what the code is, let me know in the Google Meets. I will drop the code in there. The webinar, make sure to attend there. I will have a special code for you there if you do attend at the very end. If you want to join our community, Spy Striker Apex, you have access to all of our tools and resources. Full access to the Discord, live trading screen share, ad-free, delay-free, pre-market prep stream every single morning at 9 a.m. all the way to the close. We have pre-market prep, and I have the extended coverage all the way throughout the day. You just see the chart. You see how the indicators play out. High win rate trade ideas. Today's ideas, 2 ideas. Played out beautifully. A lot of our team members capitalized off of Apple. That was a tremendous trade. AI-based ideas, alerts, option trading beginners course, 2,000 plus hours of live trading video content, webinar, past streams, all that is available to you. Ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed. Use the code April if you're interested. If you're on a trial, use the code April. Okay, $69 a month. First month about $58, under $60. So this is an absolute steal. If you're looking to level up to the yearly bundle, okay, you have a boot camp ticket that's coming up. Coaching call, right? Coaching call comes with your bundle when you go to yearly. Okay, so a lot of you did upgrade to yearly strikers, so you do have that at your disposal. Whenever you do need that coaching call, you can use that. If you do make the purchase, you do get that as well. That's at your disposal. You get 4 months free. Okay, $46 a month. That's what it equals. So you save a ton there, and you have access to all those tools. All right. So again, those are the ways to join our community. You have to go to our site. Everything is linked in the chat and in the description. Coaching, we do offer coaching as well. One-on-one coaching that's available. Right, to go over strategy, live walkthroughs, custom trading plan. I have the privilege to work with a lot of people on the back end, right, and I see them make the progress based on the things we talk about, based on the improvements, based on the adjustments. And I always say, guys, everyone is just 1 or 2 adjustments away. I'll go as far as to say 1 adjustment away. All right, and when you start to see people implementing the things we discussed, right, the things that take place on the coaching call, they're private. So I'm not going to record it and turn it into some kind of testimonial and say, look what that. No, that I respect your privacy. I don't talk about the people that I do have the privilege to coach. The things that happen there are between you and I, so it gives you that room to express the things you want, to go over the things you want, to how to take your trade to the next level, improve areas of weakness, right? So it's just there, that one-on-one time to really help you take to the next level. All right, take it to the next level. So when I do see the people that do immerse themselves in the coaching calls, and they start to implement the changes, it's so awesome to see, guys, and it's truly an honor to work with a lot of the people in our community. So we do have coaching as well, but the main thing is the yearly is the best way to go. We do have courses as well. The courses you can buy it independently, or you can just get the community. Okay, and you can get, the hack is the courses come with the community, so you can access the courses. Say if you just want the course, you can get the trial for $58. Take the course, finish the course, and then if it's not your cup of tea, you can cancel. Okay, your stop loss is $58. All right, so don't limit yourself, and make sure to give yourself the resources you need to put yourself in line. All right, those are all the services that we do offer. Again, make sure to go to our site to take advantage of all that, and everything is linked in the chat. As far as the webinar is concerned, I will drop the link to the webinar this Saturday, the Shockwave webinar. Okay, let me drop the link. Actually, the link is here. I don't gotta go to Google Forms. Give me 1 second. So here's the webinar. I'm gonna copy the link. Okay, there's the webinar. All right, so April 25th, 11 a.m. Eastern. All right, it's not going to be on YouTube. You have to sign up for it. Okay, so take a screenshot, put it on your calendar, set a reminder, tell Siri to set a reminder, sign up for it, and you'll get notified when we do go live. And this is the link. There's a link to the webinar. And any strikers that are looking to upgrade this month, guys, if you're looking to upgrade this month, okay, just let me know. I have a special offer, $399 for the yearly. That includes the coaching call. That includes the boot camp. Yeah, I haven't heard that either. Charging to leave Canada. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Yeah, I do take swing trades, right? I do take swing trades. I have other accounts as well, but primarily the teaching is focused here on the day trading aspect, right? I really want to hone in on the day trading. I want to help the people in the day trading category, right? Because you have to treat these things as different silos. Okay, you don't want to be a jack of all trades, master of none. Okay, because you're going to have to really get in the weeds and really learn it to really benefit, to reap the rewards. Okay, you have the long-term buy hold. Okay, we have the shorter term buy holds, right? Less than a decade, maybe a few years. Okay, right, so some modification of trading there, and then we have but under that we have the swing trades. We have the swing trades, and we can put that with leaps. Okay, and then we have day trading, and we can even niche it down to scalping. Okay, we can niche down to scalping. All right. For long term, I don't need to go live for long term. It's pretty straightforward. From the standpoint of, we don't need to host a live stream every day talking about long term opportunities. We can cover that from time to time, because those buy opportunities are not going to come every day. Okay, short term, something that you're looking to hold for multiple years, under a decade, you can jumble it in here as well. Right? I don't think you need to host a live stream or create a show that's dedicated solely on providing as much information to this niche as possible, because those opportunities are not there. And the primary thing will be just giving that education material continuously to the people interested. Short term and leaps, all right, swing trades and leaps, right? And then you have day trading. The hardest one out of all of these, all right, is here. This is the hardest one. So this is my focus, because I promise you, if you can get good at this, or your technical analysis ability will translate everywhere else. All right. So my focus is the day trading and scalping. Okay, so if you can get good at day trading, the hardest endeavor. All right, a lot of people just jump over to long term, do their education on that. That's great. They do a lot of swings. That's great. But the one that you need, that education, and the one you can do every day, and the one that the stream is catering to, is the opportunity that comes to the table every single day, and that's through day trading and scalping. Swing trading is not going to be available every single day. Long-term buys, you cannot buy every single day. All right, these you have to wait. These are more seasonal, and these are more longer time frame cycle, catalyst based. All right, but these day trade scalps, they're going to provide opportunities every single day, and I would argue they're the hardest thing to get into. All right, so there is the most. You can learn the most from a program in this silo, and if it's live, and you get the education, the training that comes with it. All right, everything else we can cover as we go, as the opportunities are there. Right, more than likely, I'm going to say, hey guys, there's a long-term opportunity. All right, this is Warren Buffett, the best to do it. Okay, so in my opinion, all right, again, we did the top 5. Warren Buffett is in the top 5 or top 3. All right, so Warren Buffett, his adage is, when others are fearful, be greedy. When others are greedy, be fearful. He laid out the blueprint. Simple adage. And this is not for trading. This is for long-term value style investing. Right? So the number one way to find out, so if I'm reverse engineering that line of thinking, I would say, okay, how do I know when others are greedy? How do I know when others are fearful? Okay, I'll look at the fear and greed gauge. Right? And more than likely, if it's long term, I want to buy when we're in extreme greed, and not do anything where we're in fear. Apologies. I want to buy when we are in extreme fear, and not do anything when we're in extreme greed. Right? And just those are the buy opportunities. Right? So that's not going to happen every day. That happens maybe every 12 to 18 months. All right, but in this cycle, which is a little rapid, it can happen a little more frequently, but that's typically when it happens. All right, but I'm willing to bet, though, if you can get good at day trading, start to master day trading, the principles of day trading and scalping, right, the technicals, your technicals will go through the roof, because you're going to be better at assessing those opportunities on the bigger picture time frames. All right, when you're day trading or scalping, you're basically looking to take advantage of an opportunity that would take you 10 years to capitalize off of, long-term perspective, right? But you're doing that in minutes, so everything is sped up. It's almost like you're playing the game on 100x speed. You're doing the same thing, but the decision making is compressed into a shorter term time window. That's all it is. Right? The long term, the time window is you have a long period of time. So you don't necessarily need to be looking at the market every single day. From the standpoint of where we opened and doing a technical due diligence and looking at price action on the 1 minute time frame, that's not going to do any. That's just going to waste your mental capital. That's going to exhaust your decision making. You're probably focused on the yearly. You're probably focused on where the fear and greed sentiment is. You're probably focused on, are we at a 5% pullback, 10% pullback? Are we in the teens correction territory? Right? You're looking at the bigger picture, and maybe you have a general idea of how the markets are performing, and you have an idea of what the psychological levels are. Right? But I would say it would be easier for someone who's technically savvy and proficient in day trading to go to long-term investing than it is to go long-term to day trading. Right? The learning curve is more steep when you're coming from long-term to day trading than it is when you're coming from day trading to long-term investing. Because now you just need to learn the fundamentals. Right? The fundamentals, once you know it, you know it. The technicals, once you know it, but at the same time, there's a psychological portion to day trading that is under the hood. So if you're coming in as a long-term investor, you can learn the technicals, but the technicals are just a start because there's another beast, the psychology. Another beast, the account management, the risk management, the position management. All right, so those swing trades that they are available as well. All right, they are available as well. As soon as you close the show, yeah, I know. It's just waiting for us to get off live. And I would say swings are more like seasonal, right? And you catch the hot hand on the swings, you take advantage, and after that, if you try to force the swings, you start giving back what you made. Where in Toronto you're from? So I grew up in the downtown area, then I eventually moved to Scarborough area. And that was like when I was younger, when I was a child. So last time I was in Toronto was 2019. 2019. Yeah, that was big. The Raptors winning. Yep, that was big. That was massive. That was massive. And I was there to visit. So the last time I lived in Toronto was a while back. Any obstacles to the direction? Yeah, we have obstacles on both sides, right? Obstacles on both sides. If we take a look at it, here, we're just stuck at that 710. Okay, none of those scenarios have come into fruition yet. Recapture 710, push into those highs. That's the target. Get above those highs, continue to expand, push into that key zone. Get into those highs. We failed to hold. Mean reversion back to 710. We failed 710. We continue to sell off. We put some pressure on this trend line support. Trend line support holds. Open up the opportunity for that bounce. It doesn't hold, it folds. Continue to slide for that structural breakdown. So currently we're on this path here. Right. So a lot of the fact that there's so many scenarios in a very tight range goes to further illustrate the fact that we're indecisive. Okay. And on top of that, we are in the jaws of the runway. There's a runway. So when you think of runways, right, you want price to have a nice space between itself, and it's either you take it from one end of the runway to the next, or from this runway to that runway, right? You don't want to get involved unless it's a reversion back to this runway or an expansion to this runway in the middle, right? It gets a little tricky. All right, so that's where we are. We're just pegged right below that 710, and we'll see what does take place. By the end of the day, we'll see where we are in relation to these levels, and we'll review it tomorrow and see how it shakes out. Yeah, Raptors 2019. I did a swing trade listening to you talk about Microsoft a couple of weeks ago because you said it was stalling behind SPY and I'm up 30% on it. I looked into it myself, pulling the trigger, but you put on my radar. Yeah, that's all I can do, guys. I can't tell you exactly what to do, right? That is outside of my qualification, right? All I can do is just drop clues. I can just drop some clues, provide the training, educational resources, and then because I want you to do some of the rationale. Because if you can find out, if you understand the why and what to do with that why, you can replicate it. It does no good me telling you, hey, you know what? For example, get puts at 710. Yes, you can capitalize off it if it works, but you've made no progress on your journey. Right, you made no progress on your journey because you can't replicate that. So now you're fully depending on me, right? And that's not the goal. My goal is to make you learn the ability to count on yourself. Is the opposite, right? It's the opposite. And then have the tools and resources in the community to continue to help you sustain that, right? Because we can easily just sit here and just say, get calls here, get puts here. And now break down the exact rationale behind the setup. And that's not going to do anyone any good. That's what the industry is filled with. Okay, the industry is filled with the over-indexing on who's right, who's wrong, right? And not focusing on the process and not focusing on the system. Okay, and focusing on the fruits. That's all the distraction. Okay. So tremendous job, Joa. So whenever we're at extreme greed, guys, whenever we're at extreme greed, there's a reason why we pay attention to this every day. All right. So we used to do our pre-market prep on YouTube, but we've migrated to the Discord. All right. There's a reason why we look at this every day. Anytime we're in extreme fear, okay, if there's a name that you've been stalking, what I mean by that is you've been watching, okay, and you're just waiting for it to get weak. You have to be a strategic hunter, right? You don't want to attack something when it's strong. You want to attack something when it's weak, when it's beat up, all right? So it's an easier kill. Okay, so same thing. Whenever we're in this extreme fear territory, so you just don't randomly buy. Extreme fear territory, you don't just randomly buy. You have to have a list of names you did fundamental due diligence on and say, this is my buy point. In addition, when the extreme fear starts to kick in, right, prices gravitate towards your deep value buy points. All right, now the market is weak. Nobody wants to touch it. Everyone is terrified. Okay? So it's going to be an easier kill for you. At that moment, it might not make logical sense, But 3, 5, 10 years from now, right, it's going to make complete sense. And in this case, since the cycles are so fast, in a matter of 15 days, okay, right, in a matter of 15 days, it makes complete sense because things are moving so fast, right? So I would say if you're looking for that long term, have a list of names you did your fundamental due diligence on, and they check all the boxes. And then now you're waiting for them to get to technical buy points. Okay, you're waiting for the technical buy points. Now we're at that weekly open, guys. IW continues to drop. Everything's below that VWAP. Crude is starting to push, or continues to push. As it gets closer to that 95, more than likely we're going to create greater separation away from that VWAP. So we're right at this territory here. If that folds, we can see another leg lower. Very similar to the action we saw yesterday. If we go back to yesterday's action, okay, let's go back to yesterday. This is reminiscent of here, all right? So we had a nice little, we chopped around, not for the same amount of time, not as long, but just a little shorter. And then we came at that level, we had a nice little reaction, and once we couldn't hold, we completely folded. Doesn't mean this has to be reproduced, not necessarily, but we can start to see it gravitate back towards those areas. All right, so I want to see that separation away from this area. If it gets back to that 710, and then that dance continues. Okay, that dance continues. Reason we're going up sideways is there sellers. Is 272 a good entry for Apple calls? All right, so it just depends on what the time horizon is. Meaning, are these calls expiring today? Are they expiring next week? What do you see? Do you see some bullish activity at that level? Right, and then you want to go through from that perspective before making the decision to go long. %, about developing knowledge. Much to learn. Implied volatility will let you know the price of expensive. Yeah, 100%. That lets us know. Yeah, BTC has been they had a nice clean breakout. BTC slowly getting worked, slowly moving to the upside. 80K. We did get as high as 79,483. Now it's above that weekly upside breaker. All BTC needs to do, a big victory for Bitcoin would be just to close above that weekly upside breaker, last week's highs. So anything above this 78,300 is a win for Bitcoin on the weekly. Okay, the more time it spends above it, and the more separation it creates, right? There's a good chance it can come into that 70, into that 80, that 80 psychological level. Into that 80 psychological level. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? We'll look to wrap it up here. Okay, unless you guys have any questions, let me see how many likes we got. If we got 150 likes, we'll do the giveaway. The bar has been raised. All right, so I know you guys can meet the bar. It's not asking for something that's outside of our reach on YouTube, guys. We are getting 1,000+ people joining. Right, we had about 1,100 people tune in today. So trying to get at 150 likes is slightly above 10%. All right. Just imagine if we had 50%. Okay, we can easily get 50% likes. Like to viewership ratio. So SPY to break lower probably needs to break this trendline support. If we can reclaim VWAP, right? So the biggest thing the bears want to see is fail to reclaim VWAP, want these waves to hold, and eventually lead into this trendline support break. at 80K USMC on Bitcoin, short at 80K. Crude is slowly working its way. Okay. So we might see a trap above VWAP. Peekaboo. Okay, short it now. The SPY recaptured that VWAP. We're right at the VWAP on SPY. NIW as well. Any questions, guys? Down for the day, 20% SPY put. Beautiful job. Nice catch. Any questions before we wrap up, guys? We are at 124. 124. Likes. I will be posting the link for tomorrow as well for the webinar, all right, for you guys to attend. I'll be posting for the next 3 days. Watch out for that peekaboo above VWAP. I might try to maneuver something there. 5-minute chart, atrocious. We can't string together more than 15 minutes. That's a sign. Look at this. Okay, nice stretch here. 10 minutes, 5, 10, 15 minutes, 25 minutes there. 5 down, 5 up. 5 down, 5 up. Down, up, down, up. Inside, up, up. Doji, down, down, down. Up, down, down, up, up, down, down, up, down, up, up. Up for grabs. Okay, that's been the action so far. Okay, that's been the action so far. Anyone see this? What pattern is this, guys? If we incorporate that gap up, okay, if we make that the initial pull, what pattern do we see here? What pattern do we see here? Put in the chat. What pattern do we see here on the 5? Matter of fact, let's do this. Boom. Right here. You can see we have support here. We have resistance there. Nice little downward channel. We have a nice little leg up from pre-market. Peekaboo above VWAP, vicious. All right, they are playing those vicious. So that's that trend line support. Right within that channel. All right. Yep, flag, flag, flag. So that flag is pertaining to that 710 break. Decisive break above 710. Okay, here we go. Shenanigans. Okay. Shenanigan starts. Okay, on that note, guys, we'll look to wrap it up here. If I do take any lottos, guys, later during the day, maybe I might revisit the chart near power hour to see if there's anything there. I'll let the team know on Discord. Outside of that, we'll be done. Tomorrow is Thursday, guys. Friday, ramp down protocols are in place. If you're green up until now, you guys know by now. If you're new, the whole objective is, once you do join, to try to clean up your process as much as possible and get your first green week. All right, so from the time you join, that's the primary objective. If you don't have a process, the goal becomes building your process by asking questions, by utilizing the resources, and just being interactive in the chat. People can help you. We have a ton of people in there. You can ask what their system is. You can exchange information, guys. Use the chat, right? That is the hidden gem. That is the pulse. The pulse of the community is our private chat. All right, so that is the people make up the community. There's no community. I can have all the resources, the greatest and latest resources in the world, but if genuine people who are looking to help one another are not in there, it means nothing. All right, so the greatest asset is we're building a collection of traders coming together to exchange information, to help refine one another, and they're mission driven. All right, so make sure to do that, guys. And we're closing it on Ramp Down Friday. It's been a very messy week. We can see the action, so the proper protocols have to be in place. And I did not take a trade today on SPY. So this might be the first day in our stream history. All right, 290 plus episodes. And I didn't take a trade on SPY. All right, so you've probably seen. I technically did take the overnight trade that was open yesterday. I did close that trade. I won't consider that a trade for today, but it was technically a close I made. I got stopped out on from yesterday. But to execute, enter and exit a trade, this might be the first episode. So you are tuning into history, at least on YouTube. All right. So we did gravitate towards Palantir and Apple today. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions before I wrap up? Most of you should be done. Okay. Biggest danger is giving profits back. What percentage of your account? That's a good question. What percentage of your account do you recommend? Depends on what path you want to go on. Do you want to go on a conservative, aggressive, ultra aggressive path? The nature of it is, guys, if you do have a small account, okay. If you do have a small account, right? Say like your account, you have an account that you're just starting. It's $1,000 account. All right, you have a $1,000 account, and the words small and big, all right, they inherently they give negative or positive connotations, right? So don't, just because it's small, don't think it can't grow. Just because it's big, don't think it can get bigger, or it's gonna turn into something bigger. All right, so let's just call this a growth account, $1,000 growth account. We'll give it some positive verbiage. The reality is, since it's 1,000. More than likely, you won't be able to use 1% of your account. Okay, if you have a large account, all right, you can use 1% of your account, right? Because you're leveraging the capital you have. The larger your account gets, the less percentage you use. All right, but in the beginning, for this example, you're forced to use more, or you're forced to use more because of capital. You have capital limitations. So in this case, I would say, hey, you know what? There's multiple ways you can break it down. You can say you can break it down into 10% increments. Okay, you can say I'm not going to take, if I take one trade, $100 per trade. All right, so in this case, you have to be selective on the contracts you take, what time you trade, and you have to be a pro at that. Because off the open, unless you're taking out the money contracts, you're not going to get contracts for $100. All right, you can get some for $150 to $250. So maybe you have to select your time. All right, one approach is, instead of doing 10, is to use 10% of your account. 10 for 10. Okay, use 10% of your account. 10% of your account, that gives you $100. $100 to use. Out of the $100, how much are you willing to lose? So you're deploying $100. How much of that $100 are you willing to lose? Okay, that would be your stop. So that means you're never going to be in a position at this 10%. I would consider this very conservative with 1,000. You're never going to be in a position where you have an allocation more than $100. So that means unless you lose 10 trades in a row, okay, and lose 100% of the trades you're in, so lose 100% of the contract, okay, that's your only path to blow up. Now that makes sense. So now what is the path to blowing this account up? Is it going to take some time to grow it? Absolutely. Everything's going to take some time. But your path to blowing this up, making this $1,000 go to zero, is lose 10 trades in a row and lose 100% on each of the trades. All right. So now that's a long path for you to blow it. So there's a lot of things that need to go wrong. As long as you as long as you stick to the plan. That's one methodology. Another methodology is to use 20%. Okay, this would be, I would say, a little more aggressive. Okay. And you can use the numbers accordingly, right? You can adjust the numbers accordingly. So $200. Okay, $200. And I would say don't go higher. Again, best practice, don't go higher than 25. Okay, so take this framework and modify it. Okay. Now the difference is this one. You're 5 trades away. Okay, you're 5 trades away and losing 100% of those trades from blowing up. You're 4 trades away and losing 100% of those trades from blowing up. But this gives you a framework. Now you know per trade you're looking to spend $100. And now what you need to solve for becomes, what's your risk reward? Now you can start to move to RR. Okay, now you can say, what's my risk reward? Okay. Risk reward. So what am I willing to risk? What am I willing to make? And then you can fix that accordingly. Same thing. Now you're solving for RR. Okay, you're solving for RR. And at the same time, to get that RR, you have to have a setup, okay, to put you in position to get this RR. RR just simply means risk reward. So now you're looking to allocate these units of risk, but you don't know where. That's where setup comes in. Okay. Okay, so now you're using your setups. Okay, you know what you're risking. You're using your setups to find areas to allocate risk. Based on the RR, because you have the stats, okay, you should at least, if you take it 10 times, you should at least win on the high end 7 times, on the low end 5 times. I'll even say maybe 8 times. It just depends. So your win rate can fluctuate. Okay, it can get as low as 40% sometimes, and can get all the way to 70, 80%. But the area you're gonna be is between that 50 to 65. On the win rate side, on the RR side, as long as you're 2 to 1, okay, over time you will start to grow your account. But what does this require? This is a system. This requires discipline. This requires being patient. This requires nurturing your $100 position, treating your $100 position like it's a $10,000 position. Because if you follow this system, now what you're doing is you're just changing the numbers. You're changing the numbers. You can change the numbers. But when the numbers increase, what you're doing is you're reducing your allocation percentage because you're leveraging the fact that you have a larger account. Okay? If that makes sense. So if you have a $100,000 account, you only really need to use 1% of your account. You don't need to use 25, 30% of your account. All right? You can take more risk with that 1% rather than take more risk with your whole account. Okay, you can take more risk with that smaller percentage of allocation rather than taking the risk of allocating a larger part of your account, because that minimizes the damage. Okay, I call that account control. Okay, so very, very important to understand, and that's a great question. you do bring up. Oh, great point. So that's how I would approach it. All right. So the key word is system. All right. That's why there's so many things that go into it. And just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Okay. And that's what you need to do. That's the process side you need to immerse yourself with. You define that. You define that. The chart is going to do what the chart does. Price is going to do what price does. Okay? We have a list of high probability setups we can use to allocate our units of risk in pursuit of reward. But by no means can I tell the chart what to do. There's nothing I can do to say, you know what, go up. You know what, this is resistance, I need you to reject here. This is support, I need you to bounce. We're just using our technical aptitude, okay, to find areas where we have a slight edge. Okay, and using those areas to allocate our defined risk in pursuit of reward. Okay, that's what it really boils down to, the process. All right? Yeah, if you want to use 50% of your account on a 1K account, by all means you can do that. Right, but you pick. But that means 50K, if you have a 1K account, you go super aggressive growth. Okay? Again, you can do whatever you like. Okay? 1K account, you use that's up to you. You want to use 50%? Okay. 50% of the account. Now, a question is, how many bad trades are you from losing this account? How many bad decisions are you? Okay. How close are you to going to zero? You're 2 trades away and losing 100% on both those trades. So unless you have the conviction to take those setups, which you can, if you want to aggressively grow that account, you have those setups, you're confident in those setups, by all means. But I would say, all right, say if I had 1,000, I'm going to allocate 50 to mitigate. I'll probably say, hey, you know what? I'm going to have a very tight risk on that 50%. Okay. Because most traders, the nature is they have a small account, they grow it to a large amount by taking these aggressive methods, and then when they get to a large amount, they hit a ceiling, conditions change, and they give everything back because there's no framework. All right, even if you do decide to go 50, ultra aggressive, right? You still have to manage that risk. If it's just, hey, you know what, I'm going to spend 50, I'm going to let it go to zero or let it double, all right, and there's no system behind it, then the issue becomes no matter where you go, you can't replicate that system. Because there's a good chance if you do grow that 1K, you're probably not going to do the same thing when it gets to 100K. Because now things are getting real. So the things you do on a small account, make sure you can do the same things on a large account. But if you're looking to do the same thing when it gets to 100K, same kind of principles, you're okay, then continue to do it. But if this is a temporary measure you use because you have the skill set to do it, to get to a certain level and then ramp down, by all means. All right? So how many wrongs are you, or how many bad trades or bad decisions are you from losing everything? All right, you want to give yourself a little bit of a buffer. No, not 16-month subscription. So you only get charged for 8 months. Okay? So you only get charged for 8 months, Sam. right? But again, that's up to each. The discretion is needed. Okay, for each individual trader. And you can even use 100% if you want, right? There's people who use 100%, right? But if it's going to be something sustainable, it's better to take the long path. All right, because with the process short, with the process long-term thinking, just little by little, you'll get there eventually. Right? With the aggressive approach, you'll get there, right? But the question is, can you stay there? Can you stay there? Okay. Yeah, so Sam Patel, that is your only charge for. If you do go yearly, you're only charged for 8 months. Oh, you made the upgrade just now? Have you made the upgrade? I'll see it on my end. Okay, so if you do make the upgrade, guys, if you do make the upgrade, make sure, again, if you want to support the channel monthly, that's fine, but make sure to cancel your monthly. Okay, I can't cancel it for you, so once you do the upgrade on the yearly plan, you'll get charged 12 months from now. Okay, but you only get charged for 8 months, and that yearly plan price already went up. Okay, so the prices are going to continue to go up gradually, but if you're locked in, again, there's nothing for you to worry about. You're not going to see a price increase, even if I say, hey, you know what, I'm going to add a different component to the Discord. I'm going to add a long-term component to the Discord, which is a separate product. All right, I'm going to add a long-term club. All right, there's lots of things that are coming in the future, right? You'll have access to it. Okay, I have a lot of loyalty to the people that trusted the program from the very beginning. All right, and I do want to make sure you have access to all the things, access to all the features. If there's any new tiers in the Discord, you'll have access to all the highest tier. Okay, so that's what that special is for. Okay. Again, that was a great way to end the show. Look at this bounce right off that level once again. Can we finally break out of that channel? 710's that's key level. All right. So the lifetime, I do have that lifetime special for the strikers for this month. Okay, this is right now. Okay, buyers trying to step in at this is right now at 552. Okay, that's also a steal. All right, so the resources and tools, top tier. But I have a special for $3.99 because they're already members. All right, but if you are interested in that special, just say me. I'll drop the link. If not, we'll look to wrap it up here. So lifetime is there. Everything is on the site. Everything on the site. Now, if you want the link, I can give you the link for the lifetime. Not the lifetime. The yearly. There's no lifetime plan. Okay. Lifetime access to the Discord. All right, because I had to recreate this. The other link expired, and this one will expire as well. Okay, there's 12 months access, coaching call, boot camp ticket. All right, it's there. Okay, it's called Here is the Link. Okay, here's the $399 plan. I just posted it. I just posted it in the chat. Okay. Again, guys, as always, thank you for tuning in today. Hopefully you found value. Make sure to come tomorrow. We don't know what opportunities await us tomorrow. We do have Tesla earnings tonight, so keep a close eye on Tesla. I used to host the earnings streams, but I won't be hosting this one. Okay. Maybe we'll host Apple stream or one of the bigger streams. Tesla's pretty big, but I didn't have that on the schedule. But as always, guys, thank you for tuning in. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. And all the links are pinned. Lifetime, I just dropped that link. Breaking news here before we wrap up. Let's see, breaking news. Let's see if it was actual breaking news. Iran Parliament Speaker, reopening Strait of Hormuz, impossible with breach of ceasefire. All right, we know that's going to be. Okay. Yeah, when you upgrade to the lifetime, guys, and you want to cancel the monthly, you have to cancel it on your end. Okay. So make sure to do that. All right. Any questions, guys, before I wrap up? If not, as always, thank you for tuning in. Stay safe. If you're green, stay clean. If you're still in the trenches, that 710 is that magic number for the day. So again, if you're looking for that break, get those break and holds. Mean reversions are getting compensated. Very whipsaw action, so be very, very careful. Cash is a position. On that note, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.